Today is November 5th. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and today is November 5th. Welcome to my desk. We're going to do some art projects tonight. I want to do some stamp carving. That's what's in here. And I want to work on my Christmas tree. I want to work on my Santa closet. I've got so much to work on. I want to get my November journal in order, my November desk journal. So let's get started. Let's take this off the desk for right now. And I'm going to start out with a sneeze. Oh dear. Phew, excuse me. Oh my. Welcome, welcome. Oh dear. Let me set up my tablet over here so that I can officially welcome folks in. And I see one person out there. Let me set the quality on my video. It always comes out with 480 or lower. I changed it to 1080. Okay. Oh, there's 7 people out there now. So hello up in the balcony. You know, let me refresh. Oh, there we go. There's some folks coming in. Hi, Pam. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Cheryl. Ruth. I keep getting Instagram messages from you, and I'm not answering them. I hope that you understand. I just have a feeling they're not you. I delete them. So if you're really sending me Instagram messages, I don't want to block you. But if you're sending me Instagram messages, I apologize for deleting the message or not answering it. Cheryl's here and Pam is here. Okay. Cheryl says, hi, Pam. Hi, Ruth. I found my little black scissors. I thought they were lost and gone forever. I keep them in this doorknob, or I try to keep them in this doorknob. So those have been found. This is stamp. I'll get back to the stamps. These are, I want to carve some tatting. I'll come back to that. Let's put Penelope in a safe place and put some wax paper. I got some shoelaces for my thrift store shoes. What I'm going to do first is make the base of my Christmas tree. And if you could see my desk, you would know how I have everything out on it again. I just seem to, yeah. And let's wet down the desktop, because I'm going to put wax paper over it. So my wax paper won't shift around while I'm working. And usually this works for me. It works when you're rolling out pie crust. Now there'll be some spots over here where, you know, I just have too much over here. Let's put that there. And what I want to do is mix up some, what did I do with it? Oh dear. Some paint with, I went to Walmart and bought sand. I almost paid $9 for sand, but it's nice clean sand that you would use in something for pets. I bought it in the pet department. But that's good because it's going to be nice and heavy for reptiles. Reptilial, it says. Reptera. For reptiles, tortoise, hermit, and crabs. Calcium carbonate sand. Well, I didn't want to go down to the river, and I didn't want to rob somebody's sand pile because undoubtedly a kitty will have visited those spots, Meri says. They are not from me. Block it. I don't go to Instagram anymore. Okay, I will do that, Ruth. The next time I get one, I'll block it. I just deleted it. So what I want to do is pour some sand in here. And I'm just going to start out with a little right now. But I'm going to come back to this. Uh-oh, I need to clip it. Where are my clips? Hold on. I don't want the sand to leak out. Stay right there. Well, actually, I can use... Well, I lost that too. Hold on. Nothing's here. Here's a clip. A bulldog clip. And I'm just going to start out with a little now because I don't know how much I'll need. And there's something in there. I don't know what that is. If there's, let me throw that away. Any more of that in there? No, I think that was just a... Okay, let me clip this so it won't leak out on me. And I'm sure I'll be revisiting this. And it was worth it to me to get this because I wanted it. Hi, Dawn. Draw Tangos with Dawn. It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. And in here, I'm going to add some glue. Now, in here underneath my desk someplace, I have a big bottle of glue. Can I get to it? I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to take the glue out of my glue pot because I eventually want to fill this. This is school glue in here, and I eventually want to fill it with glue all. I have a new bottle of glue all. And this, when I mixed it up, I put 1 part of water, and we're just going to use that much for now. I'm sure that's plenty. And then, whoops, let me put this back on there. I want to put some paint in there. And I kind of want to go for a concrete color, so I don't really want it white. My scissors over here. And I'm going to paint this. This is going to be the base to hold my Christmas tree. So I'm just going to put it upside down and paint this, and we'll let it dry. I can't use the heat gun out on it because this is plastic. It'll shrivel on me and melt. So, you know, I got what might be pretty. I got some of this at the thrift store. Ooh, this blue might be pretty. It's a shimmering color. Now, if I mix it with the glue and the sand, it may not shimmer anymore. I think I'm going to use the silver. We'll see. We'll just see. I'm going to experiment. And since I got this at Hobby Lobby on clearance for 89 cents and it was originally $3.59, I feel like I got a bargain, but we don't know what kind of shape the paint is in. Maybe I should shake it up a little. This is Deco Art. Deco Art tends to be a little thin. Welcome, welcome to everybody who's come in. Welcome to everybody that's up in the balcony. I do not mind you being in the balcony. I sit out in the balcony a lot. Sometimes I'm there and you guys may not even know I'm out there. I think I'm going to take the cap off. And see, right now it's just the color concrete. And we're going to mix in a good amount of that for right now. And let's see what I have here to stir with. I have this, which is, I don't know where I got it. It's just a wooden dowel thing. And I'm going to mix this up. Now this says it's blue, or is this the silver? No, this is the silver. So that may be what I want. Because doesn't that look like concrete, kind of? Yeah. Let's just mix this up. And I've got way more than I need. Way more than I'm going to need. And it's pretty thick. Now, I saw, I don't know if she used sand or exactly what she used, but this is not my idea. I saw the lady, I believe at Canterbury Cottage, doing this. And she wanted to make, I don't know, something she had look like, I'm going to use a palette knife if I can find one here. She wanted to make it look like a concrete planter. Well, I want mine to be a Christmas tree stand. But obviously, this is going to have to dry. And after I get this all applied here, I will just set it aside. And we won't see how it dries probably until next week sometime. But that's okay. Let me turn it around here. This might just be the right amount. I'm going to lift it up a little, and I don't want to tip it too much because I think it will. I should have done the bottom last. All of those should haves. Lindsay, I didn't listen to her sat chat this week, but it was something about I should. I read the title and I moved on because I had other things to get done. But the shoulds get us, don't they? And see how this does look like a, let me move it all over this way. It does look like a concrete, like maybe this was made out of concrete. Ooh, there seems to be, no, that's just the bottom of the, that's the bottom of the container. I thought there was something black in there, but it's really kind of pretty. And I'm going to let it run down into the edges like it wants to. And of course, when it's done, I'll turn it right side up. And I would not have really needed to do the bottom, but I did. And I might have to mix up a little more after it's dry and do the inside, but I might not. I might just fill the inside up to the top. We'll see. I do not have Spanish moss around. I don't know. It says my tablet is charging, but it's only at 92%, so I don't know if it's losing or adding. But the little charger arrow is on. I like watching Canterbury Cottage. She's one of my favorite DIY channels to watch. I think she's in Ohio. She talked about being in, was it Phoenix or Arizona? And then they moved back. And she comes up with some of the nicest DIYs. And I even like watching her old ones. You know, I like watching what right now she's doing a lot of Christmas stuff, which is good. She inspires me. My Christmas tree, though, is inspired by the Somerset magazine, the Christmas tree that I'm going to put in here. Oops, where did you guys go? Wait a minute. There you are. Let me refresh my chat. Welcome to everybody who's come in. If I haven't welcomed you yet, let me look at chat here. Let me refresh it. Hi, Chaz. Welcome, Chaz. Hi, Karen K. Welcome, welcome. This container is, I've been eating a lot of fresh veggies lately, and this held mushrooms. This one held mushrooms. I have a vegetable steamer, and I was thinking I should use that, but what I did today was I had carrots and mushrooms and Brussels sprouts and celery and what else did I have in there? I don't know if I had anything else. And then I put in, you know, pepper and garlic, and I even put some rosemary in there. I wasn't sure about the rosemary, but I put it in there. And it's getting pretty full now. Hold on, let me see what I have here. Just maybe some touch-ups on these sides. And if it's not perfect, that's not going to worry me. You know what'd be nice? I think I have a piece of jewelry that I can put on any of the sides. I might put jewelry on all four sides. We'll see. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'll have to glue it on, but gonna let that kind of run down, if that's possible. And now you can see why I put a wax paper down, because it's dripping. It's gathering in the sides here and dripping off. I don't mind it dripping off. What I have in here is that sand I got at Walmart for the reptiles. That pricey sand and school glue and the stucco art paint that has, I got at Hobby Lobby. It's the silver, that was blue. It is called Silver Illusion. I'm getting it on me though. Put some in here. It kind of wants to run down. Doesn't want to stay on the edge. Now I got a sloppy mess here. I'm going to let it be sloppy, and I got to get it off of me though. Let's see. I'm pretty happy with, I might have to do some touch-ups, but I can do the touch-ups with paint. So let me get this off my hands while it's still wet. And find a place to put it to dry. Let's see, I think I'll take another wax paper, a clean piece, maybe fold it in half, and let's see what I have over here. Looks flat. What is this? Oh, those are my envelopes. I don't want those. That's my cotton batting. Here, we'll use this box. I'm going to put this wax paper. This is the box I got those little tiny test tubes in. I'm going to put that wax paper on it. And then I'm going to lift this up and put it on the wax paper. And this is what I have here. So I'm going to take that and very carefully set it behind me. We'll see how long it takes for that to dry on its own. I don't know if it'll dry yet tonight. And let me clean this mess up. I do have, what could I do with this? I'm tempted to put this in that Wonderlist journal on a page. Just take out a page and put it on there, just to use it up. Put that in the water. Let me just take a page out of here. Or I could even do it in the November journal. I need to get out my November journal. Let's just get a page out here. We'll just use one with the birdies on it. And I'm going to fold this wax paper in half like that. And like, whoops, my scissors. Those over there. Fold this over like that. And let's just let's spread this on here and see what happens. It'll be textured. This will go in my November journal. For November 5th. And then I'll throw this container away. Let's get some in between here. Seems like it dries pretty fast because see how textured that is? Of course, it's not dry, but it's not smooth anymore either. So this is sand, glue, and paint on here. And this person that did the DIY used it to simulate concrete. I think it was on one of her flower pots that she was a decorator's, you know, little decorator item. We'll see. We'll see how it acts in my art journal. It of course will have to dry. If I can get some over on the edge of the page here. And I'll throw the container away because I'm not going to try to save that stuff. Alrighty, and that goes in my water, and this will get thrown away. I'm going to take this up and put it aside. There's a flat space over here. I think I can put this on. And we'll just see how that dries. It's heavy. It's heavier than your normal. And it's kind of curved where I have it, so it might, the paper might curl a little. That's okay with me. All right, so now I just have this. I'm going to throw in the trash, but before I do that, I think I'm going to put it in a separate bag. Let me get one out. Here. And just like that, and then I'll put it in my glitter bag over here. Now I'm thinking that I'm going to, after that container dries, I'm going to put it down in here. I may put sand or something in here. I don't know about putting sand. I may just put paper in there. If I put sand in there without anything to top it off, you know, it could spill out. I don't want to fool with all that. So I'll probably just stuff paper in there, put my basket, my tree stand in there, and then maybe I'll go to the dollar store or someplace and get some Spanish moss, something to cover the outside with. But that's what that is for. Now, the other thing I have is that I want to do tonight for this tree is this bamboo stick. And it has to be, oh, maybe a yard, about probably 40 inches tall. And I want to cut it and paint it. Now, I don't know if my scissors will cut bamboo. I'm going to cut it. Well, let's see. I think this is 12 this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6 is 12. So from here would be to here would be 12. I think I'm going to cut it in half. That might be a little tall, but if I stick it down into that bucket, well, that might be a little tall. Maybe I'll cut it 12. Maybe I'll cut it right here at this. And I don't know if I don't know if this will cut it. I might need a saw to cut it. I might have to get my brother to cut the bamboo because my scissors aren't gonna. My Tim Hout scissors will not cut bamboo. He's trying. He's trying. My brother has a real sharp piece that I was using to cut branches with, but that's the next thing I'm going to do is I think I'm going to make 2 trees or a set of 3. I haven't decided. We'll decide that after we cut and paint them. So that's that. Now let me welcome folks into chat. Let me get my hands a little cleaner here. Hold on. My Martha Stewart paint is all needs, excuse me. I'm still tasting dinner. I had a big old bowl of mixed veggies for, and you know what? They fill me up. I can eat them like 11:30, 12 for lunch, and I don't need anything the rest of the day. I'm good. I'm good. Those veggies really fill me up. I'm not trying to diet so much as to refine my eating habits. I've cut out most of the meat, red meat, but I don't eat much meat anymore. I just, all the month of October, no meat for me. No, ever since I had that episode, I'm just going, I can't, they say for your kidneys, red meat is bad for the kidneys. So I cut out red meat, but that's about all he buys. He buys roast and steaks and hamburger, and he does buy salmon. I'll eat the salmon when he buys that. And I'm on the fence about ham and pork. I don't know. Pork is called the other white meat, but I don't know. The pork industry promoted that pork as being the other white meat. Whether it's good for your kidneys or not is another story. Bye, Dawn. Thanks for popping in. Aw. Hi, little red wagon, Renee. It's good to see you. Hi, Mina. Yep, I'm going to work on the Christmas tree tonight. I'm trying to get this sand off of my hands. They're gritty now. Hold on, let me get another towel. So we did that to mimic a concrete tree stand. I'll probably feel grit until I get out there and really wash my hands. I got glitter. I got sparkle hands tonight. I got glitter all over them. They sparkle. I don't know if you guys can see the sparkle, but I turn my hand like that and I see sparkle all in there. Sparkle over here. There's probably sparkle on the... And I need to really, clear off my entire desk and clean this desktop really good. I certainly give this the workout. All right. So there's that. Now what I want to do, I decided there are die cuts for the branches of that tree, and I don't have the magazine available. I don't know what I did with it. Is this it? Yeah, here. I'll show you the tree that I'm going for here. And I had it marked. Is this the marker? Well, we'll see. Yeah. This is the tree I'm going for. Except I might put more branches on mine. And there is a die cut set. Teresa Church said that she has this die cut set. And I almost bought it, but then I thought, you know, I'm only going to do one tree or two trees. I'm only going to use it this year. So I think I'll just cut my branches. But see, and here's one they did with green. So that's what I'm going for. And I am going to use this mixed media paper. I had started, I was going to make a journal out of it. I didn't like the sprockets, so I took it all out. I don't like sprockets paper like this for my journals. You're supposed to be able to remove it, and of course you can. But I started putting washi tape. I made me a signature, but I'm just going to take these pages right here and work with those first. And this is Grumbacher's. You can get this at Walmart. This is Grumbacher's mixed media. There's 60 sheets. It's 9 by 12. Let me arrange things here. I don't want to unplug you guys. I've got to keep you plugged in. Of course I unplugged you. This cord here is always a problem for me. Every time I want to put stuff down here, hold on, I got to plug you guys back in or you'll be down to 50% and I'll lose you. Next. Where did this go off to? No, my heat gun. My cord is all mixed up. My heat gun cord and my tablet cord are all wrapped around each other. That's how it goes when you don't have room in your room. There's no room at the end. Yeah. Hold on. Where's the plug-in? I can't see anything. It's dark down there. Here it is. There's books on it. No wonder it came unplugged. I put this stamp set on it. And the sand. Ah, Meri. There it is. No, that's not it. Where is it? Here it is. Let me plug you guys back in. There we go. All right. Put this paper over here for now. Put my wax paper away to where I think I can find it again, and we're going to play with stamps a little later. All right. So I'm not too sure how big I want these trees, but we're going to make a couple patterns. Let me put these back. I only need one set of scissors. And welcome to everybody that's come in. Hi, Becky. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Mina. And Chaz and Sherry Dan. Welcome, everybody. Dawn had to leave. Who else is here? Renee. Do, 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 do. Joyce. Hi, Joyce. Maureen. It's good to see you. Mitzi. What you guys saw me make earlier was faux concrete. I was doing, I had a mushroom container. It was just kind of a square or a small rectangle, maybe about 3 inches thick. And I had sand that I got at the pet shop in Walmart, and they called it reptile sand. It's a real pretty white sand. And white glue, which was school glue. I just want to use up my school glue. And this Deco Art Silver Illusion that I got on sale at Hobby Lobby. And I mixed all that together and to simulate concrete for the plant stand for the Christmas tree. Now, I had seen this done on a DIY. I think it was at Canterbury Cottage. I won't say for sure, but my head says it was Canterbury Cottage. Okay, so for my tree, what I think I want is a center, and we're just going to make a pattern here for a large one. Well, the hole is going to be smaller. I'll have to, let me grab this bamboo stick here. And I can't do this without bumping my camera. Yeah, that's about the size. I might make it a little smaller when I cut it out. And what I should really do, let me redo this. Let me fold this page in half so it'll be symmetrical when I get done. Let me fold this in half. I'm going to make my own branches for my tree. All right. And let's actually fold it in fours too, so I can find the center of the paper. For the pattern, it doesn't matter. See, I was way off center. This is the pattern, so I'll use the other side. Okay, so I want a hole in the center, and I'm going to make it fairly small, maybe the size of that white, and if I need it wider, I'll cut it wider. I'll test it on that bamboo stick. Then, what I want, let me fold this in half. I should really, I'll use this side, because I want this side to mimic that, and of course I didn't do that there. So I'm just going to draw down the line here. Now, on my finished pieces, I won't have these lines. They'll be all white paper. And I think I'll bring them to a point, kind of. And then let's look at the sample again. I'm going to mimic these branches. So, they have maybe this, see, it has one long one, and then it has kind of these coming out. Probably see them better on this page. But she used that die cut, and I'm pretty sure she had the same die cut that Teresa was showing us. You can't see the whole thing, but this is what I'm going for here. And I want different sizes. Let me put this back. So let me just kind of figure out what I'm doing here. Of course, now I want it. Let's go here. And then I want out this way. And when I cut it, it will. And now these are fairly long, I think, though. Maybe I'll make this black on this side. I'm not sure. These need to be shorter here. And this needs to be longer. And I think the V's meet in here. So this comes more of an angle. We'll do a couple of these because this is just me playing. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Now it has a round piece here. Let's look at it again. She doesn't show the die cut. but it has to have a piece to fit onto the bamboo. So let me look at this again. Of course, I lost my bookmark. I think it was page 54. Yeah. See that it's got a centerpiece in there. It's kind of hard to see. And they get shorter as it goes up to the top of the tree. And if mine isn't perfect, that's okay, because not all trees are perfect. So let's come in here. And I might have to do a couple of these before I get it officially. All right, let's bring this out a little and that out a little, maybe put another one in there. Let's cut this and see what I have. And I might have to do more than one to actually get what I want. And I'm going to toss it just because I have so much around here that I can't. All right. Now, all of this will be on the back when I do my pattern. It'll be in there. So now what I want to do is start cutting branches out. And I might have to do this more than once to get a good one. Or it may turn out. We shall see. Now I think I want my stem a little, because it's going to open up double. So I might have to trim that down eventually. Now this will be for both sides. So that's why you're seeing a lot in there. Maybe I should have bought the die cut, but I don't know. I just couldn't justify buying a die cut for one project. Of course, I could do more than one project. And I'm going to bring this branch up a little. Now this will be for the lower branch of the tree. The lower branches. And as I said, this will be a pattern. I'll get a rough idea. And I might have to fold them all. We'll see. I can't visualize cutting each branch out. I suppose I could. And I want to cut. I need my little scissors. Get in there. And cut. and or tear. There. Now, I think I'm going to do one. These aren't quite meeting, but I think I'm going to do one this way. And we'll see what I have. Now I need to cut the center. I'm going to make it small at first because I can always make it bigger. All right, let's get all my scraps out of the way. Did you watch Janet Nash? One of her, I think it was one of her shorts, where she took little snips of fabric, snip, 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 and put it on a fabric base and then put a net over it and then did freeform stitching. That's what all those little pieces reminded me of. Now I'm going to open this up and see what I have. So my tree branch, this will be the lower tree branch, will look something like this. Oh, and that's beautiful. I think I'm going to have to fold my papers because I can't visualize tracing this out and cutting each section here. Looks like I snipped a piece off here. I'm missing a branch there. I'll catch that when I... So let's try. Let's put this all back together. Let's try to do a couple. And actually, I really only need now one. And let's take one. Let's take one that, not take this one over. Well, actually, I think I'm going to take, let me go open it up. I don't want to fool with 4 of them every time I do something. So I either want this side or this side. And since this is all messed up, I could, you know, I could make a tree out of that in my journal. But let's cut here. That'd be easier to handle. Maybe I'll put that in my journal for play. Now let's get another sheet of paper. And this is just mixed media paper. This is Grumbacher 9 by 12. You can get this at what did I do here? Is that the one I wanted? Let's cut this in half. Actually, where's my little scissors? I think one tree will be plenty big by the time I get these all put together. And I keep watching Marketplace on Facebook. Another thing this lady does, Canterbury Cottage, is she'll buy wreaths, old wreaths at the thrift store and old Christmas trees and take them apart and use the greenery. And I saw some priced pretty cheap for like $10 or so for the whole tree. I know if I'd buy it, my brother would say, but we got Christmas trees upstairs. And I go, can I cut them apart? He'd think twice with that. All right, so now I want to fold this in half. There's a branch. I want to fold it in half this way and this way. And I think I'll end up folding all of these in half. Actually, I'm going to fold it away from this. I'm not going to count the sprockets. They bother me. All right, and then I need a pencil here. And let's try out my pencil. Pen Plus Gear, also from Walmart, pencil sharpener. Oh dear. I need a sharper point on that pencil. $1 or something, not very expensive for this stuff. Yeah, and I think I want this side. Is it chewing up my wood? Feels like it's chewing my wood. Well, that's okay. I don't know how sharp that blade is. Now I'm just going to put this on here, and I can erase any pencil lines. And I'm just going to kind of roughly sketch out a tree. And they don't have to all be the same. When I cut these, are all the tree branches ever the same? I could probably do it without pencil lines, but I kind of like knowing where things are going to. It kind of curls. I probably should have a stronger paper for a pattern, but we'll use this. I don't need 10 million of them. And they'll get smaller as I go up. These are the bottom branches. Becky, are you still out there? I haven't looked at chat. I wanted to work in her Wanderlust journal, and I don't think I had all the prompts. I looked at it shortly before. I did 2 prompts. I think she had 5. I think I need some postage stamps. She put postage stamps. I might just cut little squares and call them postage stamps, make my own postage stamps. I have postage stamps, but they're somewhere. And what was the other thing? Oh, she watered down the water soluble media that she used. She went over it with a wet brush or something. I don't say watered down, but she worked with those water soluble lines. And I don't know if she did another prompt on there. All right, I got one more here. Right in here. All right, now I can erase all these lines if I want after I cut, but we're just going to cut. And it seems like a waste of paper, but for the tree, it'll come out looking nice. So I'm not going to save this stuff, but you can save it. Whoops. You can save it and use it for another project, but I got plenty. So now, and I wouldn't imagine I'd need more than maybe 4 maybe 5, 6 of these, 3 layers. And this one will be cleaner because I'm using a pencil. And I may not even worry about my lines here to figure out where I'm going now. I could just mark this area and do my cuts with no lines, but I don't know if I want to do that either. And you don't have to use good paper. I think Teresa, I don't know if she's in here now or not, but when she saw me showing this, she said she was going to try to make a tree out of greeting cards. And the dies are much smaller than this. The dies themselves, well, probably the larger ones are about this height, but they don't come clear out here. They're much smaller, as you could tell by that picture. So I'm kind of doing my own thing, inspired by that tree that I saw in the Somerset magazine. And I'm going to curve all of these. They're just easier to cut than a flat piece there. Then I'll take the ones with the pencil marks and put them upside down that way. This needs a little sharper point, I think. Let me sharpen some of these points. I guess those are okay. And I don't even care if they curl a little because trees curl. I mean, they'll curl. We're going to let them curl. And I do think if I curve it like this, rather see I have a square there. If I go in and curve it, it's easier to snip out rather than worrying about cutting an angle there. We'll see how these larger ones work. Cut it more like that. And like now I'll have to do some because there's a width in here. There's an area. And get a hold of it here. Yeah. This I might have to cut. But these then here I could curve. See, I curved them in. I can curve it a little, but we're gonna make it a little smaller branch in here. After I get this done, I'll come out and look at chat. I want to welcome you in. I want to thank you who are out there, whether you're in the balcony or in the chat room. I want to thank you for spending a part of your Sunday night with me. I certainly do appreciate it. It's always fun to, sometimes, you know, after you've streamed for 10 years, you know, you're going, maybe I should just give it up. But no, I miss you guys too much. So I'm certainly not doing this for the money because this year has been a dry year as far as money goes. But I'm not doing it for the money. I'm doing it for the community and to meet you guys and enjoy doing art projects and share my projects. I thought about starting a marketplace, but I don't think I could be fair in a marketplace time-wise. You know, ask for people's money and then commitments, not meet my commitments. I have a terrible commitment problem right now. All right, let's open this up and see what I have. Let's get rid of these, get them off my desk. And let's see what kind of a branch I have in here. Oh, this is going to be a pretty tree. Can you just imagine this going? This needs to be snipped here. Can you imagine it going up? I could imagine it being, well, I don't think I would want it any higher than maybe 2.5 feet. You aren't seeing me. You're seeing it up close. I'm looking at it, the whole view. Let's open it up this way. Come on. Oh, I cut it. You guys probably saw me do that. Well, it's up there. I cut it. Well, just imagine it going like this. Why? How did I cut that? I cut it at the base. Oops. But that's going to be a pretty lower branch. Now, I might need to come in a little bit more here, or this could be just good stability in here. I'm going to do another one because I missed. This will go in my art journal. I'll have a black paper with white trees. Wouldn't that be pretty on an envelope? Black paper, and then take my fine liner and go shh, 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 shh. That's an idea. See how that stuff sparks ideas? So let's do another one. I don't want to do this all night. I want to move on to other things. Let's do another one though. You guys are probably yelling at me. Meri, don't cut there. She did it. I don't know how I cut. I cut right. I cut it in half. Don't cut it in half. Let me refresh my chat and come out and talk to you. Becky said, I will do something tomorrow morning after Scott leaves for work, about 6:30. I will be only on for 30 minutes or less. Okay, Becky, I'll watch for you. I don't know if I'll be up, but because Monday mornings I tend to sleep in. But I'll watch the replay. Chaz says, okay, Beck. Chaz says, definitely stay, Meri. We would miss you so much. Oh, Chaz, that's sweet. That's sweet of you to say that. All right, so I have to be careful that I don't know how I cut that right there. And of course, I cut it in half. Honestly. What did you do, Meri? Let's see, what else? Beck, good on you. Great, you have more energy. Are you following a specific program? Becky says, Becky said, I think I have changed the clocks on everything but the truck. My brother was changing the clock today. I don't know how I cut that lower piece. I must have did it when I was doing this branch. Now, I could take this and glue it down on something to make it more stable, or maybe cut one out of a thin cardboard, because this is pretty curly to use, but we're going to use it tonight. And then I'm going to move on. I'm going to do one more and then we're going to move on. And this time I'm not going to cut it. Did I get that? I'm just kind of hinting at where these should go when I cut them all. And any pencil marks, I'm not going to try to erase all the pencil marks, I don't think, but I'll turn them upside down. Yeah, I definitely need a more stable pattern. I'll make one out of maybe a cereal box or some piece of stronger cardboard. my brother has a terrible problem of not breaking down his boxes that he puts in the trash. And I scold him for it. I said, if you break them down, you have more room in your trash can. He says, but they're too, he says, I can't get them apart. I'm going, a big, strong guy like you tell me you're just too lazy. That's what I tell him. I said, you're too lazy. He makes me do it. Sometimes I just leave it. But I'm thinking I could go out there and snitch one of those boxes that he hasn't broken down yet. I got a box out there, but I think it's it's an Amazon box, but I think it's corrugated. It might be kind of hard. I'm thinking more like a cereal box or something like that. Because these are pretty thin and curly here. And I'm just going to draw this one. Maybe if I come that way. No, I'm going to erase that. I don't want to cut this. So let's come up this way and to there. Now I'm thinking even these should be out a little further, because they're lower branches. Let's make this one out a little further. All right, and then up here, that's not too clean. See if I can't clean this up a little. This one will be a little taller. I might use this one as a pattern once I get kind of refining it here. Okay, let's see what I have. This is going to be the last one now. I'm not going to sit here all night and make branches. Let's see. Let me refresh chat again. I got sidetracked. Let me go up a little. Let me go way up. Here's where Dawn left. Sherry Dan. Becky says hello all. She just got home from checking on Scott's mom. Becky or Scott, or both of them, check on visit Scott's mom on Sunday evenings. Nitsy's still here. She says, hi, Becky. Bye, Kathy. Or hi, Kathy. Meri, did you cover that black box with paste or gesso for design? Are you talking about the black box? Are you talking about the tree stand that I did with, it was a mushroom. It's what my fresh mushrooms came in, the little tree stand box. And I turned it upside down. And then what I mixed in that container was sand, probably 1.5 sand to 1 of glue. I just kind of dumped it in there. You kind of have to use your own judgment. I didn't use a recipe. And then I put some of this Silver Illusions Deco Art. I got it in the clearance aisle. And it kind of made it look like cement. So I did not cover the black box with anything. I painted that box right on. I mean, I painted the paint right on mushroom box, if that's what you're asking, Chaz. Becky said, I hope everyone has had a nice weekend. Mitzi says, it was, Becky, and I remembered clocks. And you? And Chaz says, I did, Beck. A friend came over and we set up a huge padlock for my horsies. Paddock, not padlock. I got a dirty spot on my, for her horses. You have horses, Chaz? Melody likes horses. Becky, how was your weekend? Becky said, I've changed the clocks on everything we have but the truck. And she said, my weekend was pretty good. I've been making better choices with my eating. Yeah, and me too, Becky. I'm not saying that I feel more energetic. I still have a problem with sleeping. I was awake. Was it Saturday night? I was awake. Well, that would have been last night. I was awake all night. Just slept a little. She says, now to keep the positivity going on the diet changes. Yeah, I'm cutting out red meat for sure. I haven't cut out sugar totally because I still like a little sweet every now and then, but I've cut way down. And the same with salt. I've cut way down on my salt. You have to have some salt in your diet. You can't just cut it out altogether. So I do use a little salt, but I've been using more spices to cook with. I'm not frying things in vegetable oil. I bought some olive oil. And when I steam my vegetables, well, I actually made it in the microwave. I chopped them all up into a bowl, a salad type bowl. Well, actually, it was a soup bowl, probably about 4 inches in diameter. And I filled it full of mushroom and carrot and celery and Brussels sprout. I think those were the 4 main things. And it was full. And then I sprinkled olive oil over it. And then when you put fresh vegetables in the microwave, you want to sprinkle a little water over them. You don't have to fill the thing with water, or even a 4th cup is not necessary. You just sprinkle some on top. And between the oil and the water, when you cook it, it keeps it doesn't dry out. So I had that for lunch, and that was really good. I put brown rice on our grocery list, and I noticed my brother crossed it off. And because we have rice, but it's all white rice. So I put it back on the list and I wrote brown in caps. I want to start eating. I was looking for recipes for brown rice balls using brown rice. Now, they use white rice, and I think they said jasmine rice in a lot of their rice ball recipes because it's starchy and it sticks better. But I think there are some recipes out there that use brown rice, but the brown rice doesn't have the stickiness that the white rice does. But I think I'm going to try it and maybe put an egg in it. We'll see. I'm not sure. I want to play with that. But even if it doesn't work, I can still eat it. Mitzi says, it seems like the vehicles are always first. They're talking about changing clocks. Chaz says, good on you, Becky. Great that you have more energy. Are you following a specific program? And Becky says, yes. Scrap paper and stamps. Oh, I think she was saying yes to me. She put scrap paper and stamps. Now, I didn't use scrap paper. I used bits of fabric. I might, though, and I don't think I'll work in it tonight because I want to hunt up my post. I've got postage stamps. Let's see what else is going. Sylvia, did I say hello to you, Sylvia? Says, oh, thank you. She says, I know I would miss you. I've only just found you. Oh, Sylvia, that's so sweet. Yeah. Becky showed the diet that she's put a link to the diet that she's following at the Diabetic Test Food Hub. I'm more concerned about my kidneys than actually, I want to eat better, but there's a lot of food that's good for you that is not good for your kidneys. Sweet potatoes is one of them, and grapefruit, and I love grapefruit. And when you go out and look at the foods that they recommend on the National Kidney Association, they say no grapefruit. Well, foods that you shouldn't be eating a lot of is sweet potatoes and grapefruit. I love my grapefruit. I'm going to miss it. Because I was buying that fresh grapefruit juice, but they will let you drink orange juice. So I'm more concerned about, and my blood pressure, my kidneys, and my sugar levels are things I need to work on, and exercising. Becky said, this is a salad plate here in the U.S. as our dinner plates are really way too big. Yeah. Our dinner plates are way too big. I know my brother, he buys these humongous steaks. And I said, oh, I'm not eating any of them anymore. He eats these great big, huge steaks. Even after they've been cooked, they're huge. And I told him I can't eat all of that in one setting. Even now, I'm not eating it at all. I said, just buy your steaks for you. I said, I just can't. I've got to cut out red meats. Hi, Roseanne. Becky said, we need to make our visit earlier in the day from now on, as she's more confused in the evenings. Oh. The diabetic diet is all about your kidney. So really, I'll have to go look at that and see what they recommend. But I have been, they say blueberries are good for you and raspberries. So I had a raspberry smoothie for breakfast this morning. That was good, with Greek yogurt and an ice cube, and I put half and half in it, but not a whole lot. I just put enough to give it some liquid. And that kind of fills me up. I had that for breakfast and the veggies for lunch, and I'm not hungry. Now I have to be really careful here that I don't snip the... Oops, that flew over the cliff. I don't want to snip the bottom part here. So I might make this a little wider than I drew it. Yeah, I think I'll cut me a pattern out of like a cereal box or something. And whole grains, they want you to eat whole grains. I bought some 12 grain bread that I've been eating out of. I'm just going to make a little snip there for now. Let's cut these. See, I'm curving these in, but these I may be able to curve that one, but these others I won't curve. I think this one's going to turn out better for me. And you'll want a fairly strong paper if you do this, because I intend on keeping this more than just 1 year. I'll have to put it in a fairly tall box. I'll have to find one. Or just take it upstairs and put it in the storeroom upstairs. I can just hear my brother saying, but we've got Christmas trees. We had 12 of them 1 year. I can hear him saying that. And they probably did. They like to do Christmas up for their grandchildren. When the grandchildren were young, they did up all the Christmas trees. I don't know. I think I could cut that in a little more here. And I haven't even explored all the stuff upstairs that they've got stored up there. I've been too busy down here. I know when the coffee maker went out, before I got my K-cup thing, I bought me a K-cup coffee maker, but before that went out, before I got that, the percolated coffee maker that I was using was old. You know, it was one of those oldie goldies, and it eventually just wore out. And he said, well, I got another one. So that one's still going, but I don't use it. I use my K-cups. And I can, you know, I have one of those K-cups that I can put ground coffee in. So I use that. I do like my hazelnut coffee. I haven't given up coffee yet. But I limited it. I only drink 1 cup in the morning. And I sip on that. I don't drink it all down at once. I just sip on it during the morning. All right, I'm just about done here. Just a couple more. So I wouldn't think I would need any more of 4, maybe 6. I don't know. It depends on how tall, how low I want my branches and how tall I want my tree. But 6 of these would be 12 branches, and then I'm going to angle them. So 1 layer would be 4, 2 layers would be 8. See, depending on whether I put that container that I made inside of that red barrel that I got, I would, depending on and how tall I make my tree, I don't think I would need very many of these big ones. We'll see. I'm just gonna go by sight here. I'm kind of inspired by that tree, but I'm kind of cutting my own branches. And let's cut this one. Actually, I kind of want that one down a little. Of course, this is a lower branch. It isn't up at the top, so if I can get these out. All right, let's see what I have. Hopefully it's all in one piece. And this is the only one I'm going to do now. I'm not going to do another one. I want to move on. I get bored fast. All right, I want to carve some stamps tonight. Oh, this is going to be pretty. I want to make me a stiffer pattern. I don't like this branch. I'm gonna shape up this branch a little if I can. I don't know if I got them all. I think I did. All right, Meri, open it up. We want to see. Hold on. Got to get it open here. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's pretty. I almost don't need 2 layers, but I think I will. I'll put one angled this way. Maybe angle them this way and this way. Isn't that pretty? Let's test it on the bamboo stick here. Bamboo stick is pretty tall. Well, it's got a Let's see if I can put it on the other side. I'll have to smooth those out. Well, that one's too thick. But, and this one has, I don't know if I can cut that with my, I know my brother's shears will cut that, but that's going to make a pretty, let's put it this way. This is going to make a pretty tree. I can't hold it up because of the phone's in the way. Can you see it? Like that. There we go. That's going to make a pretty tree. And then on the ones that are shorter, when I do the pattern, when I draw out the pattern, I'll just, I'll cut it shorter down here and maybe make one of these in here and make them shorter as I go up the side of the tree. And I might have to do something about this area. All right. And the bamboo stick is going to be painted white, but I need it shortened first. All right, that's all for now on the tree. So let's hunt out the November. I think I have them here. November's pages. I have a whole bunch of extras. I only have 2 months left. There's only 2 months. These are all extras, I think. Here's November. November and December is the end here. December. And then I have extra pages that I can use. I think these are all bird pages with the rounded corners. I guess they're all bird pages in there. I don't mind bird pages. This is an envelope. This is a bird page. These are all bird pages. Let's see what I have for November. And then I like to put a piece here. I haven't chosen a fabric yet. November, I have yellow paper, bird paper, yellow paper, bird paper, yellow paper. That should, and bird paper. And then I have that bird paper that, let's see how, if that dried. Let me reach for it. Let me see if it, oh no, it's still wet. That piece that I spread all that glue stuff over. So let's pull out November, and December's on the back, and this is December in here. So I'm just going to put it like that. And these are just extra pages and envelopes. I don't know if I'm going to use those in here or not. So all of my desk journals, let me put this away, magazine where I can find it again, and pages, I'll be doing more pages. I'm going to put those over here where I can find that again. Maybe. Yeah. Let's see. There. And all of these pages that I've done all year, I should get out all the other months, are all this size. Now in October, I have Becky's that I played along with her. And I still have something to do on the back. I was looking at Facebook, and Janet Nash did a window scene, and I might do that. It was really nice. She had a scenery picture in the background, and then she cut a window frame. Really came out nice. I might do that on the back. But that's kind of my October. And I have some blank pages in there, but I'll be filling those. And this is just, I'm going to put that in November. So when I bind my journals, I think I'm going to have 4 volumes because these are pretty thick signatures. And if I do October, November, and December, I think September is a little thin. August might be a little thin, but my other months are quite thick. And so I might have 4 volumes for 2023, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I just want to. And so for November, I want to do Carved November. Let's just put this in here for now. And I have these that I can put in there. These are the oopsies. Well, that one that I cut the pattern out of. I might want to save that in case I need. I think this is the pattern. Let me put it up here so when I cut that cardboard, I'll have that. So what I want to do, let's take a sheet. And let's take a piece of waxed paper, and it fell out of the box, of course. Let me reach. Use Becky's gripper. I have it right behind my chair, the gripper. Becky sent me a gripper. Bless her heart. Where's the tear on this? And I'm gonna paint. To decide whether, I think I'm gonna paint on the inside, and then I'm gonna put these 2 trees. Whoops, that's the good one. Let's save that good one. And we'll get a start on November. I'll put this one over here. And you know what? I could almost... Boy, I wish I had my sprayers. I could go... But we're not going to. We're going to paint the background and put these on. That's what we're going to do. And that's all I'm going to do for November for right now. I want to do some carving tonight. What time is it? It's 7:30. I've got time. So what should I use? I don't want to use up all my orange. How about a Georgia clay or a midnight blue? How about those midnight blues I have over here? I need to use them up. What's this? Ultra Blue Deep. We'll use that. I want a dark color. Oh, it's not open. I'll use one that's been opened. English Navy. English Navy, it looks purple to me. Probably not once I get it out. Still looks like it's a little purple to me. It's got some red in there for sure. Okay, let me get a towel because I don't like a wet brush. Put my pencil sharpener over here where I can find it. I don't like a wet brush for this stuff. And I'm going to use this brush, and it doesn't matter if it's got some yellow in it. It looks like I got tiger lily yet in it. And we're just going to, it looks purple to me. Looks like a deep dark purple to me. It says it's English Navy. Maybe English Navy has some red tones in it. And I'm just going to give it a background here. And you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to get my fine liner out. And before I glue those down, I feel like a little fine liner lines going on here. I might need just a little more. Just a teeny bit more. It's a little thin up in there too. That's one flat color. Flat. All one tone. English navy that looks purple to me. It looks violet. Well, now when I look in my tablet, now it looks more blue. But in real life, it does look violet to me. All right, there's a lot of paint left on my brush, but I'm just going to put it in the water. All right, let's hit that with the heat gun. I think it's plugged in. And while that's going, I'm going to kind of look at chat. Up chat, like chat. Kara says, Rose. Rose? Hi, Rose. The Mayo Clinic website has some good information regarding enzymes in grapefruit and effects on medication. Yeah, no, I don't take a lot of medication, so I never worried too much about eating grapefruit. But I know that people that are on medication have to be very careful about eating grapefruit. Roseanne says, I only eat 3 to 4 in a few months. I'm going to miss it. The Kidney Foundation, one of the foods they say that you should avoid or eat rarely, I guess would be a better way to put it, is grapefruit and sweet potato. And I love both of them. And of course, what do I see on YouTube? Recipes for sweet potato pie. I'm going, no! I think I could eat pumpkin pie, though. I like pumpkin pie. I just don't eat a lot of it. And the last time that we bought sweet potatoes, they were huge. They were huge. We cut one in half, and he ate half and I ate half, and we had, it was like a whole potato each. They were huge sweet potatoes. They were good. But when he cooks, I have to say, he tends to use a lot of oil and a lot of butter. Too much for me. Too much. So, you know, I don't mean to be picky with his cooking, but I have to stay away from that stuff. And I think he begins to understand. I think when I got sick at the beginning of the month, I think that scared him as well as it scared me. Now it's looking like a darker blue to me. Might have been because it was wet. The wet tends to be a little shinier. Okay, now I'm going to dig out, if I can. I have to move books and stuff. Hold on. Because I just don't have the room. Ugh. I want to see. Are you going to fall? Yeah, you're going to fall. We'll let you fall. White fine liner. I might have to put paint in it. What else do I have? I have the black one. I don't want the black one. We'll use the white one. Let me put these books back. The books are in front of the drawer where I keep my fine liners. Alrighty. So what I want to do with this fine liner are put trees. And I just had one out the other day. I don't know if this was it or not. I filled one, didn't I? Let me see how this goes. I like to play with these fine liners. I haven't played with them for a long time. Get this undone here so I can move my paper. And it dribbles sometimes where I don't want it to dribble, and sometimes it doesn't go where I want it to go. And come on, I think I am getting near the end of this. Yeah, hold on. I think I have to put more paint in this. That's wet. Yeah, it's pretty empty. And this paint is older paint than I like to use, but we'll see. It's more liquidy, and I'm just going to turn it upside down. You probably won't be able to see it go in there, but you want to use as fresh paint as you can, because the older paint tends to get globby. Ooh. That's why I put that paper down. Well, that's full. Sometimes if I knock it, it goes down. Oops. See, it goes down a little. But now it's all, looks like I got some spots on there, some snowballs. Now, hold on. It's enough paint. Let me get a paper towel. Of course, I got it on my black shirt. I'm going to leave it. Otherwise, it'll be smeared. That's why you really kind of want to, don't wear good clothes when you play with your art supplies like I do. I don't have a good shirt on, but I do have a pretty black one on. Or if you have a nicer piece of blouse or something, wear an apron. Wear shorter sleeves or roll up your sleeves, because it can get messy. It can get messy. Have plenty of paper towels around. Yep. And throw them away frequently. Look, I got some coming out of here. Right there. And I'm going to put this on. And we're going to see if I can't go through the nozzle a couple times here to... And let's see if this helped. Yeah, it's still... There's something in here. Penelope, where's your pens? Oh, that had a paper in it. Get one that she says, you take all my good pens, Meri. I see, you don't have many left, do you? Oh, Penelope. Here's one. I'm hiding them from you, she says. I need one that'll reach down in there. I think it's, now there it goes. Glob in there. And if I was out in the kitchen, what I would do is I'd run cold water in there, rinse out all of that paint, and then I would hold it over the sink, get water in there, and then blow on it. And that will get your nozzle clean. But I'm not out in the kitchen. And I was reading, where was I reading? Oh, the Somerset magazine. I think one of, or the Where Women Create, the new issue is going to have an article on Mary Englebright's studio. And I think it's Where Women Create. And I think it's the Somerset, I'm not sure. But it's an article on Mary Englebright. And it was saying that it was talking about her studio, and it showed the walls in her studio are completely covered with art. But she said it was mostly from friends and family art. There wasn't much of her own on the wall. And she has a bathroom right off of her studio. Trying to get back down in there with this needle. There's a little hole to the nozzle, and you can go in there and just kind of push your needle up and down, and that kind of cleans out the nozzle. And then I do the same over here. These pins with the feather on them tend to fit. Not all the pins will fit the nozzle, but these with the feather on them, and they're long enough to reach down in there. If I can see to get down in there. I'm messy now. See, it's pretty long, and it doesn't come all the way through, but it comes pretty much all the way through. I can see the point. And if you can hold this up to the light and see the opening, you know you have your nozzle clean. I don't really see it yet. Try it one more time here. Well, let's see let's just see. I want to do another tree here. I haven't had these out in a long time. Yeah, that's not cooperating with me. Oh, there it goes. All right, let's throw this, clean my needle off. Give it back to Penelope. It's you, Meri. Throw this away because it's got all sorts of paint in it. And of course my hands are... All right, let's see if I can't get something going here. And since I messed up there and there, let's just kind of take advantage of the mess. And yeah, there'll be little spots in here, like there. But, you know, that's okay. That's all right with me. There are ways you can avoid that, but I'm not that particular. All right, let's come over on this side and do some trees. If you can get these smooth lines. If you get it flowing smooth, that's what I like. And I guess I might as well put one in here since I'm doing it. Yeah, come on. These fine liners are fun to play with, but they can be a challenge. They can stop up on you. Oops. You want to clean them after every use, and I don't generally get that done. But try to keep your nozzles clean. Keep your nose clean. And just run cold water through it. It's pretty well. I'm gonna have to take it out in the kitchen and clean it. I think it's still good. It just needs to be cleaned. All right, now what I wanted to do, what did I do with them? These, I wanted to glue these down. Right in there. So, what I think I'm going to do is take my fine art glitter glue, and I'll probably have to come back because this is all wet. But I can tack it down. Where's my fine art glitter glue? I had glued this sponge back on there. It holds that. And I'm going to have to refill this pretty soon too, I think. It feels like it needs more. Let me get the needle out. But I think I might have enough to do these because I'm just going to tack them down. I think I'll use that side and put the glue on this. Come on. And I'm just going to tack it on. I'm not trying to get I need to put more glue in here, and I don't want to fool with it tonight. If I can tack this down. And it's kind of hard because my hands are a little shaky. And I'm doing this up in the air, not flat on my desk. And I'll come in with maybe a top coat to all of this when it's all dry and glue everything down. Yeah, my hand's getting tired. Yeah. And I want to put this, let's see, the fold I think is right there. So I think I want to put this right down here. Yeah. I'll have to come in and glue all this down better. It's not gonna, because of its fold. That's good enough for now. Now the other one I want to put over here. This would make a nice center. See if I can do that. This time I think I'll glue this side because I glued this side and that made these leaves pop up, or the branches. If I glue this on this side here, the branches will, because I got that fold in there, so I'm gonna glue here. I think my thinking's right. So what do you guys got planned for next week? We got a pretty full week. My niece has a basketball game. We'll be going to that. My brother has a doctor appointment. I don't have a doctor appointment, but the following week I have a dentist appointment. And getting ready for Thanksgiving. I got some housework to take care of before that happens. And got leaves to rake out in the yard yet. We're going to try to get out and do a little yard work tomorrow. It's going to be nice here tomorrow. We don't have his daffodils planted yet, or bulbs or whatever he bought. He didn't bother me today. I was afraid he was going to ask me to do it today, and I wasn't in the mood. All right. So, but we got tomorrow to do that, and I want to rake up some leaves. All right, I'm just going to put this right down here. Maybe down a little, Meri. And I'll come back and glue these things down better when everything's dry. It's not completely dry yet. Not pretty. All right, so now I'm going to move this whole thing off my desk. Let me put I have to refill this art glitter glue. Oh, I just about lost the pen. Let me get the pen in the nozzle here. So that's, ouch, taken care of. Stuck myself. To clean the nozzle off a little. There we go. I thank you, Laura Vasquez and Little Red Wagon, for the fine art glitter glue. So that was fun to do. I was just using up my oopsie from my tree. I'll be cutting more of these. I might sit out there in my recliner and cut these. I want to draw a pattern. I don't want to sit here and cut these online all the time. I think it can get boring for you guys. So let me put this behind me. And it's almost 8 o'clock, so I still have a couple hours left. Where am I going to put this? Right here, I believe. And let me clean my hands. I want to do a little stamp carving tonight. And let me come out. I'll clean my hands and look at chat. And I still have this sanitizer bottle that I wrap everything around. Yeah, I got all sorts of gunk on my hands. Probably still have glitter on them from the first project. Let me put some more. And I have hand lotion out in the other room that I can use, because this has got, well, it has a little bit of soap in it too, I think. It's got a lot of alcohol in it, which can dry out your hands, but it looks like it has some, it feels like it has some soap in it too, which is okay. Sudsy soap. That's the object. Let me get a fresh towel. And then let me look at chat before I move on. I wanted to work on my old-fashioned Santa Clauses tonight. My Battenberg wanted to cut a model for those, or a couple models for the base. And I still want to do about 5 more faces. I don't know if I can get this. Oh, that's just a paper, so good. That wasn't paint on my shirt. Okay. So let me come out and look at chat here. Well, wait a minute. Before I put this away, let's spritz some on my desk. A sanitizer I got in 2020. That big old bottle, and I keep refilling it. You know, that was when sanitizer was hard to find on the store shelves. It was getting pretty darned expensive. And even the ethanol people here in Nebraska, they converted a part of their, because alcohol was at a premium, and they converted a part of their machinery, their setup, to make the alcohol that goes into sanitizer. So it was a pretty big deal a couple years ago. Now did a pretty good job of cleaning this desk, I have to say. There's still some spots on it, but all right, let me come out and look at chat. Let me grab a hold of this, and we want to sketch some ideas. So I'm going to get my Idea Collector journal out. Society of Idea Collectors. Yep. I love this. This is so fun to do. On, off, on, off, on, off. Dee Dee Willingham inspired that. She had a light bulb that she got at one of the stores that flickered off and on like that. And so I said, I can do that in my journal. All right, let me refresh chat and see what you're all up to out there. Welcome to everybody who's come in. The fronds would look airbrushed or sprayed. Purplish blue. I'm not sure what Chaz is talking about the fronds. Becky's back. Becky said, I just brought Bernadette in for the night. Oh, little Bernadette. And I forgot to buy her some cookies for bedtime. Oh, no. So I threw a few pieces of dog food in her crate. I'm sure she's thinking, these are cookies? Bernadette is Becky's little dog. I think she's almost blind, or is it blind or deaf? I think she's almost blind, or is blind. She's an older dog. I think she was a rescue, if I remember right. Becky can fill us in. But little Bernadette, Becky's had Bernadette for as long as I can remember. And I've been streaming for 7 years. So, and I think I knew Becky before I streamed, but I don't think I knew Bernadette. She's deaf and blind, Becky says. But she's holding on to life, isn't she? How old is she, Becky? Becky will tell us how old she is. Roseanne says, we're talking about grapefruit. She says, I only eat 3 to 4 in a few months. Becky said, there's something in grapefruit that is not in the oranges. Yeah. I don't eat that many oranges. My brother eats all the oranges in our house. But I did buy some of that, like I was buying that grapefruit juice that it's made from there's no preservatives in it. It's all grapefruit juice. Can't remember the name of it right now. But they also make orange juice. So I bought a deal of orange juice. I haven't opened it yet. The grapefruit negates the medication, Becky says. Yeah. Diabetes leads to kidney failure if you don't make changes to your diet. That's why diabetics end up on kidney dialysis. I don't think I'm that far. I think that issue that I had at the beginning of the month, what they told me at the ER was my uterus had a big, they didn't know. That's what she said. We weren't sure. But they said that the uterus was so large that it was pressing against the kidney. Now, but they were in the ER and they did do a CT scan, but she wanted me to go see a gynecologist. So I did. And he didn't think that at all. And I was afraid that I was going to have my uterus removed because that's what they were talking at the ER. And it scared me because I didn't want to go through a surgery. And, I didn't tell the doctor that. I just let him do his checkup, and he did and everything. And he thought it was more of a kidney stone issue. So I've been, and kidney stones can affect your kidneys according to what you eat. So I'm not sure that my kidneys are that bad, but I need to take care of them. I need to eat better. So that's what I'm doing. And I need to bring my blood pressure down. I know I was listening to one of my replays, just checking out things to see what was going on. And I said, I need to get my blood pressure up. I'm going, no, Meri, you don't need it any higher. You need it lower. So I need to bring my blood pressure down. And I also need to cut out salt. I need to cut down on my sugar. I need to bring my blood sugar down. And he actually wanted me to get another blood sugar test that gynecologist did. So I got that on my radar. I'm going to watch it's been a month. In fact, today's the 5th. This all happened on the 4th of October. Scared me a lot. It scared me, and I think it scared my brother. And I probably would not have gone to the doctor, but my brother kind of made me go. He pressured me into going, and I thought, well, I just didn't want to face another bill. But the bill is not too that bad, so I can pay the bill off. I'll get it paid off. I've already paid half of it. I'll pay the other half of it, and when my check comes in this month, and get it all taken care of before Christmas. I just got my eye doctor all paid off. I didn't want another, and that really was no reason to not go through surgery if you need it. But he didn't think I needed surgery, so we're just going to monitor it. And I'm watching what I eat and trying to exercise more, cutting down on my sugar and cutting out red meats. Let's see what else are they talking about. The tree thingy, Chaz said. Yeah, the tree thingy. Chaz was asking about that black container was actually that I put it's wet, where I'd bring it over here. But at the beginning of the stream, I had a container that was holding fresh mushrooms, and it was plastic, and it was black. And it was just black plastic. And I used a mixture of sand that I got at Walmart in the pet department, which is for reptiles and whatever, lizards, and I guess they like sand to crawl around in. And I mixed some of that and I eyeballed it. I knew I wanted a consistency that looked like concrete, but I wanted to be able to spread it on the container. And then I put some of this silvery, glittery paint that I got at Hobby Lobby on there. I think it's going to make a pretty stand. So Chaz was asking about that. Roseanne came in. I think I'm caught up with everybody. Let me go down to the bottom. Bernadette is about 16. She's a Cocker Spaniel. Well, she's really holding on to life as she's 16. That's pretty old in dog years. Kidney stones are created by soft drinks. Yeah, I don't drink soft drinks anymore. And I limited my coffee to 1 coffee in the morning. And I will have tea, but I don't drink it all day. I drink lavender chamomile tea, and I might have that around noon or so. I had that smoothie this morning. Mina says, when you go for your next blood pressure test, ask what the A1C reading is so that will tell the average amount of blood sugar over a span of time. Okay, A1C. I'll have to look that up, Mina. I'm going to get me, I didn't order it. I have it in my cart. A really nice home blood pressure monitor. I have it out in my cart. I just haven't pressed this buy button yet. I want some Sharpies. I'm going to order me some fine point Sharpies. And I ordered some variegated crochet thread. We're learning a new stitch on the online tatting group. A1C is a 3-month average. Thank you, Becky. Okay. I didn't know what A1C was. Thank you. I appreciate that. So speaking of tatting, that's what I want to carve. I was thinking it would be fun. Now, I'm going to carve on these erasers. I have the smaller pieces too here. I have several of these little pieces that I cut. I was going to do dangles. But what I think I want to do is, I don't have it out, that little, it could be up around in here someplace, the little round tat. But what I was thinking was the tatting, I think that's all I want out of here. The tatting could, if I want it, I eventually would like to design some tatting. Now, I don't want to be, I'm a beginner tatter. And I can see where it's just my opinion, but I know from my own experience of being a beginner that, and I'm in a very advanced group of tatters. And I appreciate that because it really inspires me. What they do is just beautiful. But in order to learn tatting, you almost have to get the stitches down. And, you know, I've done the Christmas tree now, but it's not perfect. And I've done the snowflake. I've done the doily. I might go back now that I'm a little bit further along in my skill. I might go back and try her name tag again, or at least the center part of it, because I thought it was really hard. But that uses split rings, and I've learned a lot from these ladies. Like, I didn't know what a split ring was. I didn't know what an up join, a down join. There's about 5 or 6 different kinds of joins. I always do the up join because that's just reaching in and pulling your thread through the Picasso. But I posted a post out in the group. I'm hoping somebody answers it. We're learning this technique called Ancars, Ancars, A-N-C-A-R-S, initials of the ladies who invented the technique. And it's a different way of tatting. And I practice it using that thread that I use to make the butterflies. It's a little thicker. And I can see the tats better, and it helps me understand the process. Well, I got the large ring done and half of the small ring. There's a large ring at the base, and then there's another small ring that goes in here. But you do a join in here. There's a join right there where my knuckle is. And I'm not sure what to do after I pull that thread through. I can't just leave it on my needle And if I pull it through, I'm afraid it'll knot it. So I posted, and nobody's answered my post yet, or they haven't. I checked right before I came online. They might have since then. But so there's little things that a beginner needs to learn. You guys might know Dareb, D-A-R-E-B. She's in there and she's doing beautiful work. And she says, I'm a beginner. And I'm going, well, you're a pretty advanced beginner. She's doing beautiful. So if you guys see her, tell her. Meri said, well, she knows. I told her. She's doing beautiful work. I'm going, she's doing really great. I don't know if she's tatted before or not. But anyway, and Leah's in there. Pink Girly was going to do it with me, but Pink Girly has some other things that she needs to take care of, and so she decided not to. I don't know if she's getting the patterns, but she's not coming to the classes. But if I want to chat tatting, I usually chat with Pink Girly. But anyway, getting back to the designer part, I'm trying to learn all the beginner techniques. So what I want to do is, from a beginner perspective, have beginner patterns that are really beginner, that are not advanced patterns that you do a part of it. And I think that the beginners need some true, really simple, and they're probably out there, and but I'd like to do my own. Let's put it that way. Now that butterfly that I did, you guys seen me show it several times. I would not really call that a beginner pattern. The wings and maybe the lower wings are. But when you get into doing the antenna and the spine and the tail, I think that's more of an intermediate thing. So I wouldn't see introducing that for a beginner. So that's where my head is. And so I'm going, well, maybe they think a beginner shouldn't be designing. And then I'm going, well, I don't know if I would agree with that. Because there's a lot of things in my head that I think if I can get it down on paper and design it. And the thing about tatting, the lady who's conducting this class is very strict about copyright. She says, you just don't take another person's pattern and change a few picots here and decrease a few stitches there and call it your own. And I agree with that to a point. But you look at butterflies, most butterflies have the big wings and the small wings. And there's several ways to do butterflies. So, and think about Santa Clauses and any topic that's in our art. Just because it's a butterfly or a Santa Claus doesn't mean that you can't do a butterfly or a Santa Claus or a snowflake. What you need to do is do it with your own touch. So I'm trying to, when I design something, and I have little sketches scattered around, when I design something, I try not to go out and research other patterns, because I'm so afraid that I'll steal from somebody. And I want to do that. I want it to be mine. So getting back to the designing part, I was thinking that, and there's if I could do a chain and some picots with chains, I could just play around. And that's kind of what I'm wanting to go, rather than, making a beautiful doily out of a stamp. I'm kind of wanting to do things that will inspire me to create my own patterns, if that makes any sense. So let's open up one of these erasers. And I'm going to start out with, and I'll do the carving and show you the carving, but I may not show you all the designs until I've actually tatted them. And I lost my chat. But let me tell you, I am so inspired by, what have I done here? Hold on. I'm so inspired by the ladies in this group. And that's not all ladies. We've got gentlemen in there too. At least 2, 3 of them. 3, I think, that I can think of right offhand. One of them doesn't come very often, but Becky says, someone asked about our cats' names. There are 5 total in the house. Callie, Howie, and Tippy are Scott and mine. Greg has Piper and Cole. Cole was a little stray kitty. I remember when Cole was little and he was feisty, he was so cute. And Becky said he grew up to be ornery. He grew up to be a spoiled brat. And Piper, didn't you and Scott used to have Piper before you moved to Greenville? If I remember right. Wasn't Piper the one that didn't come out very often? Was Piper always Greg's cat? Becky will fill us in. I remember Piper. I remember Cole from being a little kitty. Cole is bossy, Becky says. Cole was a little spunky when he was a little kitty. He didn't let his size get him down. This is really in there tight. Okay, so what I want to do first, I don't know if I have any examples. Oh, is this one? That's the light bulb. Here. See, I have this. I carved. Oh, is anybody else buffering? I'm buffering. I'm not buffering up there. My tablet's buffering. This was, but see, I want to refine this. And see, I was playing around with just putting a line of them and just kind of playing with them. So I have carved one tatted, and this size here makes a really cool stamp, wax seal. Like I can put that in a circle for a wax seal, and it comes out really nice. It looks like a tat. And then this is where I was playing with the light bulb. I carved a light bulb. But what I want to do is go here. This is where I was playing with the zine. So I think, and this was a tatting mind map. I need to work some more on that, but I have several pages of that. I'm going to go after the zine lady. I guess I'm going to work over here. Help. Am I still in frame here? We'll see. Let's see. We got Piper for Greg when we had to move up to Greenville. Oh, is that okay? She was his mental health partner. I didn't want him to be alone here when we were gone. Ah. Mina's asking Becky, did Greg find Cole at his workplace? Becky says, someone asked about our cat's names. Okay, so let me go up further. Becky said, I've been making dishcloths most of the day. I have a stack building. Becky, have you seen Crochet Cloud Snowflake Afghan that Mikey's doing? Boy, I'll tell you, it's hard. I copied and saved off the pattern, but I don't know if I want to start it because I've got 2 of this Afghan started that I need to work on and starting another one. But it's a nice one because it looks like you could use multiple colors of yarn. You don't have to have, of course, it's Christmas, but the white snowflake is the base. And he's actually, for the square that he's using in his example, is a white snowflake on a teal or a light blue background. There's Dare B. Hi, Dare. She says, thank you, Meri. I'm having fun. Yeah, Dare, you are doing great with that tatting. You are doing beautiful with it. You went much further with the pattern that for that end cars. You went much further with that. I stopped at the first picot. I'm going, what do I do now? Where do I put that picot? I'm afraid to draw thread up through it. Through the, here's the picot, and you have a background thread, your needle thread that you pull up through. Say that's a loop. Well, when you're doing end cars, it's a little bit different than regular tatting. When you tat, in regular tatting, you tat on your needle. Like you'll have a whole line of double stitches, and to make a ring, you just pull them off your needle. Well, on the end cars, you pull each stitch off as you tat. So I'm afraid if I pull that stitch off, that I'll lose it. I may not, but I'm afraid to try it. So I posted, and I'm going to see if anybody answers me. So Dare finished the whole project, the class project. I got to the first Picasso and go, huh? Becky says, I've been ignoring it for the past 6 months and decided I need to get real with myself. What is she talking about? I just noticed that my battery too. And Scott helped me figure out how to get the battery out as I looked and couldn't figure out how to get the old battery out. What meter are we talking about? Is she talking about diabetics? Let's see. Mina said, oh, they're talking about the A1C as a 3-month average. They can be created by the chemistry of the local drinking water in my area. And the water is really high in calcium. Now I drink bottled water and haven't had a recurrence of kidney stones. I don't think we've had our water tested. I do drink a lot of water. But I think my kid, if it were kidney stones, if it was kidney stones, I think it was probably well, it could be the water, but I don't know. I guess we should have it tested. Or I don't know if filtering it would do any good or not. I'm going to draw some. And actually, I don't know what happened to them. I guess I used my pencil. I'm going to draw them over here and stamp them here. And I'm sorry about the crooked. Did that help any? My camera's, my book is straight. My camera's crooked. Let me stand up. Oh, I need to stand up anyway. And of course, I don't see the whole picture here. So now it needs to go this way a little. Did that help any? I'm waiting for my tablet to catch up. I think that helped a little. And when I get to carving, I'll zoom in. I could zoom in now, but let's. So I start out when I'm doing my stamps by making a whole bunch of rectangles here. And then whatever I'm doing, I try 2 or 3 different versions until I'm happy with it. And we'll do 4. And I would really like to have my Sharpie pen. It's probably on the floor someplace. Or I might have taken it out in the other room. I do not see it here. I have one over here or not. I don't even have my... I tend to knock things off my desk here. I just get so much on here. Let's do this. This is all the stuff that's on top of my pen box over here. I want to get inside my box here. Oh, here it is. My box. Oh, there's some double-sided tape. Yeah. No. I want to see what I have. I wanted just ink pens. Here's a Sharpie. That's what I'm after. And maybe I'll get one of these Pen Plus Gears. Or not pen, the S gel. This is a medium, I think. All right. was only gonna put pens and pencils in here. I've got thread and stamp. Here's another Sharpie pencil. Maybe I'll bring that pencil out. All right. See, I clean this desk off and I fill it up again. All of those pens and pencils that you saw in that box are sitting over on this side of the desk. And, you know, this is stuff I use. I was using that in the autumn journal. Here are my Santa Clauses. Scissors. Here's my memo stamp. These are the graphite pieces. I actually need another cart. I fill my cart up and push it behind me. But I did find my... where am I going to put that? I had it in here. All right. I actually found my Sharpies. So what I want, and I think maybe what I'll do is zoom in so you guys can get a better view. I have to stand up again. And of course I bumped my camera when I did all of that. Let me zoom in. Come on. I'm giving you guys a ride. I'm so sorry. Now let me push this down a little. How is that for you guys? It's blurry on my tablet. Did not like that. All right, so my squares are right in here. And I'm actually going to turn this book around because I want to carve this way. And I'm going to start with this last one over here. And what I want to do when you tat, you have a Picasso, a ring. And of course it won't come clear down to the bottom. You have a ring, and we'll make this sort of a round ring. And you have these little caps and legs. But we're going to put, let's put a Picasso up here at the top. And I'm going to see if I can't carve that. I don't know if I can or not. But even if I can't carve that, the stamp will be good giving me an idea. And actually I need to make that smaller. I actually need it smaller, and I need those, but I need it up a little. So let's go back down to this one and come in here. And let's put a smaller, I don't know. These are pretty large Picasso in the sense that if you were doing a piece, you really wouldn't want big Picasso. I tend to make my Picasso big in my stitching anyway. I haven't advanced to making the little ones yet. So there's a ring. Now I'd like to repeat that ring over here, but in here, what we have is what they call a chain. Right in here. And we're going to put a Picasso, and I could make that chain down a little. I'm going to put a Picasso right in there. And I know what that means. And then this Picasso is what they call a join. So they actually join these two rings together. And I'm going to try, let's see what that pencil is. I actually need a ruler, but I don't want that big one. I'm going to sneeze again. I started my stream out with a sneeze. Let's draw a line here in pencil so I can keep my rings about the same size. And there, and there. About. I got a little off here. And you know, this is just Meri playing again. And what I feel like is if I could get something going where I could design stuff. And this eraser tends to want to move. Now on here, ignore this. That's done in ink, I think. I don't think I can erase that. So ignore this. But what I could do up here are some chains. And I guess I could do them the other way. But I could do them, you know, just because I have that cross up there, I'm going to do this and cross it off on my eraser. But let's finish this. I'm getting off track here. So I want this to be about the same size. Coming around in here about. And the Picasso in here. And I'm just kind of sketching. Give me a minute here. I sneezed. Now I have to. Itchy nose. Now I have to do the hand sanitizer. Keep my Society of Idea Collector book clean, sanitized. All right. So, and then there'll be another Picasso right in here, and that will be another join. And there'll be another, this chain will actually come up to there and come down to here. And there'll be another Picasso here. Now that's just one way that I could do this. Another ring, I said another Picasso, but this is just one way to make something to experiment with. But truthfully, carving a stamp like this, you may have several pieces that you're designing that will have three rings in a row. But I think it's better to do one ring and maybe even do it on one of those little square pieces again, or just cut this one and then put them together as I go down if I want to design, because I can play with them. This is 3 in a row. Let me think what I want to do here. On here, like I could do, actually I want to turn it the other way again. And you guys are going to fall if I let this book fall open. I got to move my tablet. What I could do, ignore this. See, and I'm just kind of thinking to myself, I could just do a ring like this, like I did that other one. I don't know where it's at right now. And you could do different sizes of Picassos, like you could have a large one and a small one and a small one like that. And then there's one here that would be a join, and one here that would be a join. And then your threads would come down this way. And let's make that about the same. And I don't know if I'd want to carve those or not. But they would, in real life, they would come down that way. And then you'd have little lines in here for the threads. And just little thread lines. Now, a true double stitch has, when you stitch it, it has a leg and it has a cap to it and another leg here. Well, that cap might be more like that. It might be more like that. And it keeps going like that. And so what you're seeing here would actually have little caps on it. And I don't know if I can carve that because it's awful tiny. I can barely draw it. Something like that. And then these would have. Now I could take this, if I carve this, and cut my stamp in half here. And I have one like I showed you back over here. And, you know, as I was designing, put it that way. But also what I was wanting to do was to do some just chains. So maybe up in here, cut this eraser in half, you know, or however, and do a chain coming like that. Now this would be a larger one, and I could put a Picasso on it if I wanted, a little Picasso, and do little, and you'd probably be able to see the little caps to these if I put little marks in there. But remember, I'm going to carve all of this stuff out, so the only thing that's going to show is this. Now I could do a smaller one, like this, or something like it, like that. And then they have all sorts of things. They have what they call in tatting, you see what they call the clovers, which go, this is too narrow to do a clover. But if I carved a clover, you know, and if I was designing a clover is going to be a fairly typical tatty image. You see it in a lot of patterns. It isn't somebody's ownership. It's how you use the clover. It's how you use the chains. So I could have a stamp that's a clover, and there's different motifs. I'd have to go out and study all the different tatting motifs, but that's what I want, is a set of tatting motifs that I can play and create my own designs. We're going to go with these 3 tonight. I think I can get 3 of them out of this. If I can't, I got another eraser. So I'm just going to kind of sketch this on here freehand. Maybe I'll do it in pencil first and come back with my ink pen. Let me look at chat. Chaz says, Beck, I agree. It's just awful. I currently have another son's dog, Luna. I'll tell you what, she is an awesome companion, a very sweet boy. Becky says, it's heartbreaking when we lose them. Chaz says, I lost 2 cats in the last 7 months. Oh, Molly, who had health issues, and Snap's ginger cat, 21 years old. He was my eldest son's cat. Just 1 cat now. Simba belonged to my eldest son. Aww. Chaz says, same here, Beck. I nearly always 2 week cats, and we don't think I've had more than 2 dogs. My daughter has a license. She breeds dogs, and she gets on with her neighborhood. Rate the number of dogs. Let's see what Becky's saying up here. Becky said it's supposed to be no more than 3. We're talking about the number. Chaz says, in the U.S., you have restrictions on the number of pets you can have. Example, in Australia, you are allowed 2 dogs. Oh, she's asking, do you have restrictions? Restrictions on the number of pets you can have. In Australia, you are allowed 2 dogs in residential. Any more, you need to apply for a license. And with cats, I think it's 2 also, she says. and they are not allowed out at night. And Becky says it's supposed to be no more than 3, I think, but no one listens. That's typical. And since the only one that goes out in the yard is Bernadette, and she is in a fence. Yeah. Becky says they keep all of their cats in. They can go out on the catio, our screen porch that we ran a garden fence up around the screen where the screen used to be so that they get fresh air and sunshine. Yeah, I remember when you built that catio. All right, so I'll probably cut this eraser right here. And I'm going to do this in pencil first. I'm going to have to move this over a little. It's going to buckle on me. And what I want to do is draw this on here. Now, I could transfer it maybe, but sometimes I do just as good drawing it. So I'm going to make a loop like so. And I'm doing my pencil first so I can erase it if I need to. I can erase on the eraser. And then I'm going to do the inner part. And I'm going to do a large, I might have to move this line up a little. It doesn't matter. I'm erasing the eraser. Let's move this. We're going to make a big Picasso, a tall Picasso here. A large one. And then we're going to put 2 small ones around it. And I'm going to do that better with my ink pen. And then I'm going to put a Picasso here on the side and one on the side over here. And then we're going to put our chains. Now, what I don't like about the chains is I would rather have a chain like this or this to connect in there. So I don't think I'll carve these here, because if I carve them, then I'll want to print them, and I would rather use those. So I'm just going to kind of bring it to a point there. All right, so now let's go over this with my ink pen. And I could have moved that down a little, but I didn't, so. And I'm using the permanent marker. Seems to work pretty good on this eraser. I won't say for sure. I haven't done this for a while. A gel pen works pretty good. Some ink pens will blur off. I'm afraid to try it. I'm going to try it over here on the side. Oh, it blurs a little as I rub across it, but that's fresh ink too. Let it set and dry a little. And when you carve it, you also have your own carving marks that, you know, where your blade goes and all of that. And these are going to be the challenge for me, is carving out that little circle, that little inner circle there. It's just a black dot there. And I just want a little circle carved out of there. And we're going to bring this one up. And there'll be a circle in there. Oh, my brothers. I call him a tomcat sometimes. All right. So, and then I'm going to make little lines in here with my blade just to mimic a thread. And I'm not going to put the chains. The chains I'm going to do separately. So let's do this one. And I might just cut. Let's do this one. And this would be a large chain. And we're gonna make it, we're gonna curve it. We're gonna curve it more like that. And we're only gonna put 1 Picasso in the chain. You could put more. There's some with like 3 and 1 and, but let's put a Picasso up here. And you could put it here and here too. And then on up here, we're going to cut this eraser apart. Up here, let's do the small one. And something like that. Now, what I want to do is go out and study some tat work out there and look at the common motifs like the clover. There are several common ones that I don't think can be claimed as copyright if you use them. Okay, let's I'm going to carve these tonight. It won't be too hard to carve them. I'm going to cut these. Maybe I'll cut it. I need to leave a little line there. Let's draw a line here. Oops, it's going to have to be up a little. I'm going to have to cut. This line will be all cut away. But I need a space in there. So let's move this. Let's cut this up a little here. And that means my Picasso will probably, I mean, my chain will probably end up higher. And right in here, maybe. And I want to do a series of these for my Carve November. I'll probably go out and sketch out some motifs. Because what I want to do, these need lines. What I want to do is have a set that I can play around with and invent my own designs. Now this is a small ring. We could come over on the other side and do a large ring, you know, like this, and have a whole separate eraser. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm going to put clover. And those are two more I can do, large ring. And then I can do a small ring with one Picasso. I can do a large ring with 3 Picassos, a large ring with 1 Picasso. You know, I can have several different motifs, but I don't want to get too wrapped up in it tonight. Well, it's 8:52. I got an hour here to play. And I'm just going to cut my eraser here. With my blade. I'm going to have to open up my blade a little more. And I should probably have a cutting board under this. Let me reach down. Where is it? Here. Well, that's cardboard, but that'll do. This is what I need to draw my tree on. Maybe I will. Maybe not tonight, but as a pattern rather than that thin paper. And I'm doing this eraser cuts like butter. It just cuts like butter. There's one. Now this one I had to cut up further. Now I can go in between these. If I get a mark here, then I can cut down there. You know, and I've got space up there that can be carved out. I got space up here that can be carved out. I might cut this right here, and I can use this as an eraser, a real eraser to erase marks with. Let me cut this off. and that's almost too thin. But this I can use as a eraser, if I can keep track of it. All right, now what I want to do is carve these out. And you know, I haven't changed my blade in years. I haven't changed my blade since I started carving with these. I might need to change them, but I'm not going to do it tonight. And this is the scoop. This is the narrow number 1. And I have a knife blade, and I've got 4 of them here. And I have a wide V blade. So I'm going to get rid of my book. I'll leave that in there. No, I think I'll take it out. And what I like to carve in is an old ink tray. And I tend to use this old black one that I use forever because it makes a perfect jig. It has a ridge in there where my stamp can rest. And my shavings tend to go every place anyway. But I like to take, this is the scoop blade, I like to take the large V blade here and do what I call bevel the edges. I just take and put it at a slant, and I cut all those sharp edges off of the eraser, so that just helps. And boy, I'll tell you, that one's going to be right up at the top. Get all those sharp edges off. And then you can come around with your number 1 tiniest V blade. I like these Pentel erasers. You can get them pretty cheap at Walmart. They're high polymer erasers. Anything that you get that says high polymer is going to be easy to carve. These, like I say, they carve like butter. I just wish I could get them. You can get them in a slightly larger shape, but you pay about $5 for one, and I'm kind of reluctant to do that. All right, if I was serious about the carving, I carve for fun. Okay, so now you just go in here and kind of outline. I'm outlining the inner circle here. And this ring, this is called a tatting ring. It's fairly open and it's fairly large. You can do much smaller ones, and I might get different sizes of rings here, but not tonight. Maybe as the month progresses. Let's see, this is November 5th, and if I get 3 stamps carved on the 5th, I'll only be 2 behind. All right, so now let's carve we've outlined the inner, let's outline the outer edge of this ring. And try to keep it in the corner in the jig if you can, because that will hold it and keep it from slipping, but sometimes I need to position it how I position it. So I'm going to come around here, and you move your base, not your tool. You move the base. See how I'm moving that stamp? Well, I'm actually moving the stamp pad. And this is the tool is staying in one place. And we're going to go around this Picasso. And you can come out to the edge if you need to. Let's move it up in this corner. And we need to make this a little rounder in here, and just kind of, it isn't going to be perfect. It's not going to be a laser stamp. It's going to be a hand-carved stamp. And I can see where I need to carve a little closer there. And you're going to have little nicks. I got a nick there, but just consider that a thread bend. Come out this way. Go around these picots. Now this one's really close up to the top. And now some people tell you when you're carving, and it's kind of hard when you're outlining, but when you're carving, if you start here and go down and then move your blade up as you're getting ready to end, you move up and kind of scoop it out. I don't do that all the time. I'm not conscious of doing that. I don't do it consciously. Maybe I should. Let's see, did I get around there? I can't remember. I think I got in here and around in there. I didn't get over here. And I almost have to get my nose up to it. If my head gets in the way, I apologize. I got this rulers. This stuff over on the edge of my desk is getting in the way of my elbow. Now I can switch to either my V blade or my scoop blade. My scoop blade, the scoop blade is good for getting out large negative areas like this. And you can get out. You have to be careful because you don't want to get too close to your design and peel out something you didn't want to peel out. But it works pretty good, especially around the corners and, you know, in large negative areas. Get around in here. Try to keep your fingers away from the path of the blade. I try. The chains are going to be fairly easy to carve when I get to them because they're just half circles or half pieces. Semicircles. Now I don't know if I want to, I guess I can scoop that area out. You have to be careful. I think I might have nicked that. Did I nick it there? I can't tell. I'll be able, one way to tell if you're carving and you don't know if you goofed is to take a black pen, or if you want to see better where you're carving, and this might be good to see what you need to pull out. Yeah, is just take a black pen and kind of go over, and I think I'm okay there. But you also wipe out your design, but I've done enough of my design. But see all of this where the black is out in there, I need to pull out yet. So pretend this is your ink pad. So I need to carve in there yet. And that's one way to, and then you can just go in and clean it up. I usually don't do that until, you know, I have a lot of my lines in, because it's hard to see where I'm going now. Let's see, let's clean this up. I might have nicked it a little right there. But even so, it's going to be okay. Let's clean this up. Let me zoom in and change my camera a little. It looks good up here, but down below it doesn't. And whatever they did in YouTube, it's so hard to fix the zoom on my camera because the chat gets in the way. Come on. I don't want to turn chat off because you guys are chatting. Did I come in any? I don't think I was able to zoom. The chat's in the way. I minimize it. Hide all chat messages. Let's see if it affects you guys. Did that affect you guys when I hid those chat messages? I can't get a hold of the Zoom. I'm going to have to take it off the clamp. Now my hand is... For some reason, boy, I'll tell you, it just gets stubborn. And it didn't used to be this stubborn, so either YouTube changed something or the phone company changed something, because once I put it up on the clamp, I can't zoom in. There. Don't lose it, Meri. Come back up. All right, now let me position this. There, how is that? Have to play with it, give you guys a ride. I think you guys are still seeing chat. Let me refresh mine. Top chat, live chat. Top chat, live chat. What is Leah saying? Talking to Chaz. Becky, thanks for the heads up. Becky said they were off to bed. Have a great night, one and all. I will be live at about 6:30 Eastern, so that's 5:30 Central. I probably won't make it, but I'll watch her replay for about 30 minutes. I think Becky is going to work in her Wonderlist journal tomorrow. Leah said, I got some pretty quilt squares this weekend. I was washing them. Now I'm ironing them. Ooh, nice. Leah said she's been lurking. She wanted to say hi to everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Let's see what else is going on. Leah says they are vintage blocks that my neighbor and grandmother had hand sewn. I will share some and sell some. Butterflies and bonnet girls. Ah. Chaz says, sweet dreams, Becky and hubby. They're saying goodnight to Becky. Leah says, I can send you one in an envelope, Chaz. And so they're working that out. Chaz says, Leah, isn't it amazing what people find when their elders move on? I hate to think what they're going to find here. I think they'll probably just turn it all over to a guy that comes and cleans out the attics and everything. I don't think my family is too interested in stuff that I collect. So if it has its own life, it'll move on. I'm okay with that. I'll be done with it. I'm going to start cleaning up this stamp. And it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll be fun to play with it. And that's all I really want. I'm not doing this to make beautiful art. I'm doing this to possibly create some designs, or at least play with some designing. I'm not saying that I'm going to release anything, but maybe just to work out my own ideas and practice. I really want to do more beginner projects, something that somebody who is at where I'm at now. This year, I started tatting in January. Seriously tatting. I did a little playing around with it last December, but I got serious about it in January. So I've only been tatting for a year. And that's just, it isn't like I tat every day and 8 hours a day or something like that. And it takes skill to get in an advanced level. So I still consider myself very much a beginner. But that doesn't mean that I don't have ideas and things I'd like to try with designing. And that's what I want to have these for. And I can see I'm really going to have to clean this mess up. Yeah. Come in here and get that out of there. And this is just to help me You know, I could draw them over and over and over again. That's not an issue, but it'd be easier just to play with stamping and work out my own designs. And that doesn't mean that I might run across something that somebody else has already done. You know, great minds think alike sometimes. See if I can't clean this up a little in here. Need a larger. Clean this up. I have trouble. I should probably put in a new blades on these. Maybe I will. I've got them. I just don't have them out. But I have trouble getting nice half circles here. This is Picasso way too big. It needs to curve in a little more here. Like that. Come on, get out of there. And maybe a little more in here. Whoops. Maybe if I come this way. It's kind of hard to do exactly what I want. Come on. Come in there. And slice it down this way. If I can. Get that little piece out of there. There. I must bore people when I start carving. I noticed a lot of people have left. I do more carving, but this is going to be my carve December. So you might be bored. Of course, I don't stream every day, so. And I'm just going to do small pieces. Now let's see if I can't clean this up a little. I don't mind that nick there, but I'd like to have this a little more round in here. Of course, now if this was done by a laser or something, these would be nice and even and pretty, and you know, these are hand done, and I'm doing it underneath of a camera, and it's hard to see with trying to get all this stuff out of there. If I can. I don't like those two little pieces there. Did I get them? Now if I can get underneath of them. All right, we're going to leave that. And let's try to round this out a little more. And since I put that ink on there, I can't see where my lines were. So I'm going to have to kind of guess. Yeah. this one. Curves in that way. Yeah. This is the big tall Picasso here. I need him a little rounder. And then there's two small. This one's a little taller. Don't know if I can make him much shorter. So it's kind of a challenge. It's kind of a challenge. Now, these aren't really lined up, but you know what? They're not always lined up in real life either. Let's see if I can even this one out a little bit more. Let's see with my eraser here. Put it there. I can't take too much off of it. Take a little off here. Make him look a little more even with the other one. And I make him a little. Now, I think I want this thread in here to be a little, I think I'll come with this one. It's too thick down here. So I'm going to come in here and thin this out a little in here. That's a little better. And let's grab this. See how it can be a challenge to do a little circle like this, to carve it, all those curves. And I haven't done the inner holes yet. Let's scoop this out. So I'm just going to come right in there. And I'm going to take all of this out here. There's where you need to go up. You come in, you scoop it down, and then you kind of move your tool up. Do that on the other side. Scoop it down, scoop it out. And then you can take your other tool and come around here and get these lines out. And sometimes your tool will slip and make a cut where you didn't want it. But that's the joy of doing a... Okay, now let's give this some character. So we want to do the inner. If I can, just carve a little hole in there. Maybe come at it. Don't want it too much. Right in there. And we want another one over here. Whoops. That wasn't the right spot. Oh, that's too much. So I goofed that up. Well, there we go. That's a goof. I'll have to fix that when I stamp it. And another one in there. It's not too easy to correct stuff like that. I'm just going to leave it. I might. But when I stamp it, I'll draw around that. It's not too bad. If I can get just a teensy bit. And now we want to do, kind of shape this up a little. It looks like I carved it, but it didn't come out. There. Now we just need to put them in here. And this is just one design. You can do, when you think of tatting, there's several different ways that they can make a ring. We chose this one for tonight. There. Now I just want to do some thread marks on here. And I'm just going to put some little nicks in here. And hopefully they'll print out. Now, let's see if I can't shape this up a little more. It's not going to be perfect. I need to come in here. I'm putting little thread marks in along the ring, hoping that they'll print. All right, let's stamp this guy off and see what happens. So let me, the other two won't be that hard to carve. Let me put this in my litter sack over here. I have to back up my chair to do it. Okay, so I'm going to stamp it off in this book and see how it looks. Right in here. see what I'm letting my tablet catch up with me. Yeah, that's good. All right, so we did this one, and that's my carved, but we'll see how it looks. We'll see how it looks. Let me stamp it off over here. Now this will be the first impression of it. My tablet is way behind me. Still on the red dot, but it's way behind me. Well, that's not too bad. Got some negative areas to clean up here. I'm not doing this for art purposes. I'm doing this so that I can have a tool to design with. So if my Picassos are not the right shape, I'm not going to sweat it. I'm going to clean this area up a little in here. Nope, you guys can't see. Or can you? I don't know if you can or not. Where's my blue one? And I'll be cleaning these edges off. They'll get inky, you know, no matter how many times I clean it. That Dee Dee will sometimes cut, you know, like she would cut all the edges off. I don't know if I can get in there and get those out. Little specks in there. Don't bother me too much for my purposes. So if I were playing around with the design, I might take this and go like this, just and say, okay, I'll put it here. Let's join it maybe in there, and join it here. And the joins aren't going to be perfect. It's not too bad though. And then when I get to doing the little pieces, the little chains, what time is it? It's 9:30. I've got a half an hour. I think I can carve those out. So let's save this out. That will be day one. Here's one of my little chain. That's my little chain. Where's the larger chain? Or maybe, you know, that's the little one. Where's the larger one? Over here. Let's do, well, we'll do them both. Let's do the larger one first. And this will carve out real easy because, oh, the hardest part will be the Picasso. And let's just bevel the edges. I always bevel the edges first. Just cut the edges at an angle. I call them bevel it. Yeah. Like that. Now I do carve November because December's way too busy for me. All right. And now I'm going to take my number 1 blade, which really needs a new blade. I haven't changed these blades in a long, long, long time. But we're just going to outline this. And I tend to want to dig down with this blade. This blade is not for digging. This blade is for outlining because you've got probably 1/8 of an inch, maybe not even 1/8, 1/16 of an inch blade there. And it's not for digging, and I tend to want to dig. It's for, yeah, it's for outlining and making little lines. Let's start over here with my Picasso. And you want to turn your piece And I never get perfect circles. I'm not that talented of a carver. And sometimes I carve it and it doesn't come out. I know I carved there. There he is. All right, now let's go around this way. And I could probably try to put the caps, the little horizontal pieces on here, but no, I'm not going to fool with that tonight. And we're going to carve the bottom one out, outline the bottom one. These are what you call chains in tatting. That might have gotten a little off there. All right, now I'm just going to take my scoop and we're going to take all this negative space out of here. Get that all out of there. And I can come in with my blade here. And lift that out. See, because I outlined with that, I didn't dig down. I need to dig down here. So I'm going to dig down with that, and then I'm going to come under and try to lift this area out. There we go. That's pretty good. Let's do the same here. And I'm not really good at those little circles in there. I don't know, that one could have been larger. That's one of those small Picasso in tatting. Our instructor, Tammy, is always saying, you want to make your Picassos tiny, unless they're decorative. Sometimes there are larger Picassos that are there for decoration. If I can't get this out. Get my hand out of the way. That's pretty deep. All right, let's clean this out. And clean out the center here. I'll carve toward my hand. And this in here doesn't have to be perfect, your negative space, but you want to get the ridges out as much as you can. I tend to go deep. I'm not going to carve anything on the I should have moved my tool, not my, my eraser, not my tool. Yeah, I'm not going to carve anything on the other side of this eraser. But I tend to go deeper than I really need to. Okay. So now let's put a little, and this might be where, let's put that black mark all over the Picasso here and see what I have. See, there's the Picasso. And here's the chain. And you can see where you need to carve before you're done. Let's round this out a little bit more in here. Maybe with my V blade. Maybe a little bit or more over here. Now, what did I do here? You'll make mistakes. It's just a part of the learning process. Yeah, like there, I dug out that Picasso more than I wanted to. So I'm just going to put a little tiny slit in there. Trying to get stuff out of there. Like this. Right there, bugging me. Yeah, he's at a point. All right, but we can bring the slit down to the center a little more, down into here, like that. Oh, and see, I went too far. Well, I didn't quite go through them. Let's, yeah, not quite what I wanted, but we're going to leave them alone. Let's put some marks in here. And I like that I can get these erasers fairly cheap at Walmart, because if I'm not happy with this, I can always turn it over and carve the same thing on the other side. But this is, as I say, and these are not for art. These are for me to play with, see what kind of designs I can come up with. And I want a whole set of them. All right, while we're at it, let's do this little one. He shouldn't take too long. He's a little smaller though, but we're going to bevel the edges first. Bevel my edges. And you can carve on other types of erasers, but I prefer these high polymer ones because they are so easy to carve. I think they're better than the Speedy Carve myself. High polymer. I prefer carving on this to Speedy Carve, which is a carving material. Speedy Carve, you have your choice of sizes, though. You can buy a big sheet of it, but it's not as thick and it's not as soft and pliable as this high polymer is. All right, so now let's come in with my outliner and kind of give me an idea of where I want to go here. And believe it or not, I did outline that. Did it come out? No. There. There. And let's do the other side. And my Picasso is small. Just a tiny little thing there. All right. I can't get in here in one fell swoop and get this out. And also, when you're alone, you can get your nose up to it a lot easier, and you know, you can concentrate on what you're doing. I'm trying to do this under the camera for you guys so you can see where I'm at. Okay, let's get this out. I could use my scoop on this. Scoop that whole thing out there. I don't know about this. We'll try it. Not going to take much. Okay. Now, let's see what I have with my pen. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Now let's do the white marks. See if I can get a teeny little circle out of there, just a little nick. I tend to make them too long. I'm not getting it. Let's right in. Yeah. My chat went away. I sense when my chat goes away because it goes black on me. Some erasers are crumbly. Hi, Brenda. It's good to see. Yeah, some erasers are really crumbly. You know, they're rubber and rubber gets old. These are polymer, which is a high polymer, which is a type of, I imagine it's a artificial plastic, but it's durable. It's really pliable. It's easy to carve. As far as lasting, I haven't really had these crumble on me. If they crumble, they're probably because of my carving, like in here. I need to smooth this out a little. And I need to change all the blades. These blades have not been changed for a long time. And I probably need to change my blades. If I can't get a little more of a curve in there. I might just leave that. And let's do some little stitch marks, little lines for where the stitches would be. Just kind of nick it. I'd like to have this, but I don't know if I can get it any deeper. I'm afraid to mess it up too much in there because it's so tiny. I need to go in and drill it, but it's just almost too tiny to drill even. And it's really kind of good enough. Maybe. I think I should leave well enough alone. All right, let's stamp those two out and see what I have. It's getting 20 till 10. I want to leave at 10. Let me empty my eraser shavings in the sack here. And get my stuff all over to one side. Get my book out. Oh. And okay. So I carved 3 tonight. I've got so much stuff on my desk. I'm going to come over here and play with them over on this side. See where you guys are. I have to wait till my tablet catches up with my... I'm on the red dot, but it's way behind me. All right. Well, I could come down a little. Right? Come on. Hurry up, Meri. My tablet is really slow. It's slow. It's an oldie goldie. It could come down a little bit more. I'm on page 70. If I could see the 70 in there, up in the corner. There we go. Okay, so we're going to test these out. Actually, I wanted to test them on the other page. I guess I'll test them out here, the little chains. So let's do the large one first, because that's what I did. And I probably won't clean these up because I know what they are, if they're, unless they're really bad. Well, it's got a little, oh, that was just, no, I'm happy with that. And then in there, we'll leave this, then I'll just, I got shavings over in. So can you see when I get all of these elements, how I can do different designs and come up with things? And I want to, when I start out, I want to do simple stuff that maybe a beginner can. Now in here, I would probably want, I would want to do this design. I would probably, if I was doing this as a design, I would probably do this differently. This is just testing my stamp. Let's do the small one and see how it turns out. We'll do it right in here. Oh, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm happy with that. And then here's the ring with the Picasso. And here again, this is just for me to play with. This isn't trying to do something that would actually get printed. This is something for me to experiment with in my journals. I imagine if I ever did design anything to get printed, it would be a whole different, I'd probably do it with graphic design because that's a whole nother story. All right, so those are the 3 stamps. Maybe what I should do is put, this one is day 1 for Carved November. Where's the, what did I do with the large chain? The large chain is day 2. And this one will be day 3. And there's 30 days in November. Now, can I come up with 30 motifs? I'll bet you I can. I'll bet you I can. We already got two there with a large ring, and we can play with the different placements of the Picasso and the whole thing. So what I want to do is document this. I'm just going to write here day 3, day 2, and day 1 of Carve. And I'm calling it Carved November for me. Carved December was really started and promoted by Julie Faye-Balzer. But what I have found is December's too busy for me to dedicate to another 30-day project. That I don't get 30-day projects done as a rule. I only got 2 done in Inktober. All right, I'm going to leave this to do more samples with on day 4 and 5 and whatever. I want to flip over to here, and you can see it's soaked through. I think that's my ink pen though. The ink, that was my stamping. What I want to do over in here, right in here, is I've got about 10 minutes. let's do a design. Let's do something simple. So here we've got a ring. Ignore the background part. We've got a ring there. And shall I use the small chain or the big chain? I think I'll use the small chain. Well, what we want to do, though, is connect these two. We want these two Picasso to connect, and I think I'll just put them at an angle here, and then I'll decide what chain I want to use. I'll put it just like that. Yeah, and then would this chain be large enough to fit in there? I think so. It might be a little, I might have to make a little addition to it, but let's put it right here and see what happens. Oh yeah, that worked. So now let's do another one over here, like this, or similar to that. I didn't get it inked up. And let's come with my ring, and let's connect these two. Because what I like to do on this is draw a line. If I draw a line, now where's my Sharpie? I'm going to draw it with this. This will wipe off. But if I draw a line here, here, and here, I have an idea where those Picasso are. Just draw a line about, because, you know, this is a hand carved stamp. So if I stamp my ink and I know all those Picasso, if I want them like that, something like, and I'm trying to match up the line with the Picasso. Don't know how that's going to work, but we're going to put it right in there. Yeah, it didn't quite match up in here, but that's okay. I could play with it. That's what I want to do, is just play. Let's do it this way and match up my line here, there. Whoops, see, that didn't quite match up. Match that up. No, I'm a little off. I wonder why. Is my line? Oh, I see, these two aren't even, so that would be a design thing. This line isn't matching up. That's why these aren't matching up. So sometimes doing it by eyesight works better, not the lines. That's a join. And let's just do one up here for the fun of it. Stamp that off. Now let's see what I can do here. I'm not sure this is gonna work, but in there. And then actually these should be this. Where's my big one? This is small, but it's okay to put a larger one there if you need it, if you're playing. These should match when you're doing a chain. Actually, this should be that size, but I got this one a little further apart. So if I'm designing something, just say even with these 3 stamps, it's getting pretty late here. I'm going to close up my pad. I could sketch first and say, okay, I want to do circle, circle, circle. I want these chains here and that there. Well, you know, circle, circle, Picasso, circle. And my circles aren't going to be Picasso, circle. And then I want a chain here and a chain there. Now I could sketch this too. I mean, you know, you don't have to do the stamp, but it's just a way for me to play. And sometimes play is what leads to ideas. Now, I'm not saying this is a beautiful design or anything. This is just me playing. But if you play, that's what your Society of Idea Collector is all about. It's about playing and coming up with ideas, you know. And you could take this stamp and and now I don't know, some things you come up with may be impossible to do with tatting, actual tatting. But let's just say I wanted to connect those two Picassos and connect these and connect those. See what you get? And let's say, let's put another chain in there. And there is one thing that I actually want to play with doing, and I'm not going to tell you until I do it. It's probably going to be my first artsy. I want to do it for art so that art people could enjoy it. But it'll probably be one of my first beginner designs. And I'm going to stop here. I'm going to stop here because it's pretty close to 10 o'clock. And I'm just going to put these here and use them as my thumbnail. Now, what did I do tonight? I made that cement. I cut these leaves for the trees. And, oh, you know, I may not make that my thumbnail. I'm going to have to find a package for my carving. And I'll be doing more of this month. I don't know if I'll get it done in every stream or not. I don't even know if I'll stream all that much. We'll see. Let me get out that blue sheet here. I'll make this one my thumbnail. It's all dry probably. This. Let me zoom out. Let me zoom out if I can. Come on. Out. There. How is that? Do I need to come up or go down? Or I'm waiting for my tablet to catch up. What shows up in my tablet is generally what shows up on the for you guys on my video after it processes. But it sure is different than what I see in my camera. Don't ask me to explain it because I don't know. So that was my stream for tonight. I want to thank you all for joining me, giving me a part of your Sunday night. I'm picking scraps up off the floor here. It's just not eraser scraps, those white sheets from the trees. So we worked on the tree tonight. I wanted to work on the Santas. We put together a little bit of the November journal. I have more that I want to do. This will go in the November journal. This will fold this way. Well, maybe it will fold. It's that paint there is stopping it. What? There. This will go in the November journal as a page. I might just leave those. So let's see. Let me come out and look at chat. Let me refresh my chat. I think a lot of you have turned in, called it a night. Paula. Hi, Paula. You have a lovely evening, too. Thanks for popping in. I missed you when you first came in. I did make all of those little stamps. Yep. They're not perfect, but like I said, I'm not doing these to sell. I'm not trying to be what do you want to say? I'm using them I'm not even doing them for art purposes. I'm doing them to have something to play with when I think I want to design something. So I'll just kind of keep these in their own separate little container. I thought I had in here. I'll have to show it the next time. Some of my already carved stamps from other I have some in the bottom of here. But let me show you here. I'm gonna get them out. These are old carved Novembers down at the bottom here. These are faces. I did faces one year for carved November, and these were pink erasers that I carved on. So I think these are all the faces in here. They're in here. Let's put them on here. Let's do this. I'll line them up in here. This is, gosh, this might have been 2018 or so. And then I got to these polymer ones. No, this is a polymer one, and this is just a white eraser. But one year I did all these funny faces. One year I did dangles. The first carved December I did, I think I did Christmas ornaments because, well, you know, it was carved December. How does this one go? Like this. You know, I have quite a few of these, and I'd have front and back on some of these. So even though I don't have 30 of them here, some of them have a face on the back. See, this one does. I should go back, and this was all done online. I should go back and research these and find out what year and document them. I probably have some more floating around here that aren't with these. I have one in here. Here's a little dangle I did. That's what I cut all these for. And this was one of those years that I didn't get carved December done. And I have some months and days of the year. This is SECHL, sketches. This is the word sketches. This is the word, I don't know, WPI, what is that? I'd have to stamp it out. That says sketches. So I've got some word ones. That one I didn't stamp. I must have made a mistake. I'm going to see if I have any more faces. These are words like days of the month, days of the week and months. I don't even know what some of these say. This says calendar here. Some of them were for my Society of Idea Collector that I was doing that year. I think that's March. I don't know what this one is. And then I have a whole bunch of little, here's another dangle one. Got two little dangles in there. I didn't get very many dangles done. And then I have all these extras that I can play with if I want. This is Speedy Carve here. But this was one of my carved Novembers here. And this was the start of another one. I don't think I got very many dangles done. I have several dangles, though. I'd have to go back and look in my old Society of Idea Collector books. So fun to do this stuff. So I'm just going to dump these in here. Put all this stuff back again. I have stuff to play with. And this isn't the only box. I got some other boxes of carving stuff and things that I've carved. I'm going to leave that one out. Whoops, there's stuck on here. There's something on the back. Oh, I don't know why they tried to do on that, but it's glossy. I don't know why I did that. Don't ask me why. I've had some bright idea to do something. It's still sticky. I don't know. I remember playing with it, but I don't know what I was trying to accomplish. Alrighty, it's after 10, so have a good week coming up. Tomorrow morning is Monday morning. Diddy comes on at 8:30 Eastern. Janet Nash comes on at 9 o'clock Eastern. Becky is going to try to do a stream real early tomorrow morning, a 30-minute stream. You might look for her at X Creations. I think she's going to work in her Wonderlust, but, you know, who knows, she might sleep. Watch for Becky tomorrow morning at 6:30 Eastern. Janet Young comes on at 1 o'clock Eastern. Lisa comes on at 1:30 Central, and Barb Owen will be on at 6 p.m., I think, Eastern. So, or Central. Barb lives in Central Time Zone, but I think she comes on at 6 p.m. Eastern. I think she's on at 5. So have a great week. I will be on again Tuesday morning, 6 o'clock a.m. Central. If I'm not on by 6:15, you know, I either overslept or I wasn't feeling like doing it or I wasn't feeling good. So if I'm not on by 6:15 Central, you know, I'm probably not coming on. But I'm counting on it for right now because I have so much I want to get done. Have a great weekend, everybody. Have a great week. I hope you had a great weekend. We're heading for the week. So go do some art. Go do some art. Get creative. We're all creative beings. Let me fix my chair. I'm running over my cord. There. All right. Good night.